if you didn't have time to go there, I will just remind you about a few things that are general for WordCamp that everybody should be aware of. So we have the sponsor area. In the sponsor area, we also have the swag table where you can get a bag with a t-shirt. And something very exciting we introduced this year, and that are the game cards. The game cards is a way to get to meet people, meet people, and get to know people in our community. And also for the game cards, there are some questions with it. And after this talk, please don't go away immediately, because I have the first question for you all. So please be present, so you can play the game with us and maybe become a winner. Also about the game cards, if you have any questions about it, in the community booth, which is also in the sponsor area, there are people who can tell you everything about it. And also when you have an answer to the question, you can go to the community booth to get an extra card to show that you are also playing the game. Some more general information. We also have an info desk at the sponsor area if you have any questions. And And there is also the lost and found section. So if you find something, please bring it there. So if somebody lost a day, can also find it. Also maybe and if you still have time in between the sessions and you would like to contribute more to WordPress, then you're welcome in the contributing area on level 1. And there you can go and do some more contributing. Yeah, of course, very important is have WordPress, WordCamp. We have a code of conduct. It's on our website. Please read it careful. We try to be respectful of everybody and be inclusive of everybody. So please follow that. And there's also a wellness track in the morning, but that's too late for you guys. Maybe tomorrow morning, 8:15 yoga. But this afternoon, for people who want Tai Chi at 3, and there is a walk from 6 p.m. for the people who want to do that. Okay, I think it's time for our first speaker. And I need my paper a little bit because there's so many announcements I have to make. So our first speaker is Viola Gruner. She's from Germany, and she does the marketing at InSpySite. Viola, I give you the podium.
Hello.
And
Thank you very much. Okay, hello. Nice to see you all. Oh my God, I'm amazed. Many people here. Yeah, nice to see you. I'm a little bit nervous because it's my first WordCamp Europe. And yeah, it's my first big talk. But I heard that the WordPress community is here to support and not to seeing me fail. That makes me a little bit relaxing more. So first, I would love to invite you all to a living room. So assume that's your living room, where you live. And now I have a question for you. So which table is longer? What do you think? And I would love to do it with you old-fashioned like. I would love to see your hands up. So I will ask you now, who thinks table A is longer? Please, hands up. Okay. Who thinks, thank you very much. Who thinks table B is longer? Okay, some people say also table B, but less. And who wants to say nothing? Hands up. Okay, some people don't want to say anything. Okay. So it's interesting because, yeah, most people think table A is longer, and the aspect ratio is 3:1 from table A and 1.5:1 for table B. But the truth is they are the same size. And when I first saw this, I was like in a restaurant, drinking a coffee with my friends, and a friend, she showed me this example, and she told me, oh, Viola, have a look, what do you think is longer? I said, of course, table A. And then she said, no, they are the same size. And I was like, what? No, I cannot believe it. So I took a spoon and I measured it there. And yeah, I also brought you something to measure it, to prove it to you, because also in this picture, I think it's not that true, but I think the stage is way too big to measure. Let's try. No, but it's really the same size. Okay, no, I cannot do it. It's too big. I never expected this. No, but yeah, they are the same size. So the reason for it, why we think this, is because of the table legs and because of the alignment. So our brain is playing us a little trick here, and that's also because of illusions. So if you look at this picture, for me it looked also that the green one is moving a little bit. But yeah, it's like it is. It's just an illusion. And yeah, our perceptions can mislead us sometimes. So the orange dots are also the same size. And yeah, that was also for me unbelievable. And that's why I started with this for you, with these examples, because sometimes it's also important, instead of just guessing, to test and to measure. And that's what we did. And that's my topic, testing instead of measuring. My name is Viola Gruner. I'm from Insight, a WordPress agency. And today I'm just going to talk to you about the goal of this presentation. So what's also my goal, what you're going out with. Then also I would love to explain you the workflow. So I created with my team a workflow, and I want to show you one example how to use this workflow. Then some examples from my experience. So I made some growth tests, and I want to explain you these. Then my learnings also, and the learnings of my team. And finally, you also will get the workflow. So I even made you a download link, so every one of you, that you can have the slides, the workflow, some examples how you can use it. So when you make the right decision, for example, how to structure your leads also, not your leads, how you structure your decisions better and your ideas. And then how to grow with low budget. And this talk is I think for everyone. So if we are having here some freelancer, who is a freelancer maybe of you? Okay, nearly no one. Oh, there are some. Okay, if you are an agency, who is working for an agency? Okay, wow, most of you. And who is working for a product? Okay, and nothing of these? Also some people? Okay, some. Okay, just for interest. No, but I think every one of you can get something out here and can use this. So I would love to start to talk to you about the contact form. So the contact form is, for a marketer, something very important. And we had a problem. So the sales team told me, Viola, we need one more form field at the contact form because we really want to structure our leads better. And yeah, they wanted to have the monthly volume inside of the contact form and to structure them better. And that was for me a big, oh my God, no, we cannot do this first because you're here, also in university, I heard always, okay, the conversion rate will drop. So also, for example, Nail Pedal, they increased their conversion rate 26% by removing just one form field. And ImageScape, they even increased also their conversion rate, 120%, by removing a lot of form fields. So, yeah, instead of guessing, I said to the sales team, okay, we will test this. But my gut feeling said, oh, no, it will not work. But yeah, let's test this. And it was a long conversation, but yeah, we did this. But how is here the question? And yeah, with my self-created workflow, I created this also together with my team. And we have here different steps in this workflow. So first is to share and pitch an idea, then to rate the idea, then to start the experiment. and finally to draw a conclusion and to implement this test into the website. So I would love to bring, like with this example I brought to you with the contact form, I will lead you through these different processes. So first, it's share and pitch the idea. So that's the document. I know it sounded very fancy, the workflow. It's just a simple Excel sheet. So here we were collecting all our ideas, and we were structuring them. So all the ideas are having the same structure and the same way how we were doing them, so we have consistency. And you can see there are different ideas, and we have the item name, we have the hypothesis, and the key metrics. And if I would like to document, I'm just putting it into the backlog, and there you have the test, the form field test. And yes, so you put it inside of the document, and you can see also, I linked this part, and it's linked to a pitch card. And the pitch card is just a simple Google Docs. And I will show you how we were, or what metrics we had here. So I'm now showing you the pitch card. So it's divided in two different parts. So we have the part before testing, and we have the part after testing. So it starts with the hypothesis. Yeah. So if you are adding a hypothesis, you should write down what is going to happen. And it's also good to write down a number. So we were saying if we are adding one more form field, our conversion rate will drop 12%. That means from 7% to 6.1%. And we had this number also, it's out of research, okay? It's not just by gut feeling, it was a research. So if you build your hypothesis, please try just to write it also down measurable. Then we had the objective. So why we are going to do it? Yeah, because the sales team told us, and they wanted to make their leads more manageable and structure them better. So you just write about the why. And there's also good to sometimes have also the numbers. Normally you try to improve your conversion rate in these tests. And you have also the design inside of it. So here you can just take a screenshot. For example, if you see at a competitor something nice, you just take a screenshot, you put it there. Because the pitch card, it's just a one-pager. It shouldn't be too much work, you know. Just keep it short, snappy, and simple. And then the duration. So in the pitch card are a little bit more metrics than here I'm showing you now, because it would be a little bit longer. But it would be for this test 12 weeks. So I added you also a link to this A/B testing tool, and you type in this left side for you different numbers. For example, the conversion rate you are having at the moment, the conversion rate you're expecting, so normally increasing it, and then also how many unique visitors you have. And you see, yeah, it's a very high number of visitors to make it significantly. That means that we really can prove it's scalable, and yeah, if we are having more leads, this number will normally not change. So yeah, and here we see also the duration. And yeah, that's how we did it. And the next step is to rate the idea. And to rate the idea, we used the ICE model. And I called it ICE model, and it's also called ICE model. That means impact, confidence, and ease. And it's also here in the tool. So we are going from the backlog to the rater. And there we had our different team members. And they were also all written down, and everyone is counting, every voice is counting the same. So we were rating from 0 to 10. And that means, for example, for impact, we were saying, okay, how high is the impact from 0 to 10? 0 means there is no impact at all. 10 means there's a very high impact. So you can see everyone is allowed to put the numbers inside of it. And the thing was here also that I saw that Ann-Sophie and Martin, they gave both 2 points. So they said, oh my God, if our conversion rate drops, it's a very, very, sorry, my hair. It's a very high impact. But normally giving a 10, it was one of our first tests. So we still weren't that used to give numbers here. Normally we never had this high numbers because, you know, having a 10 impact means it's a very worse test or a very good test. Yeah. And the next you say your confidence. So there we also used our gut feeling. So we were saying, what is my gut feeling saying? Is it saying more or less? So you can see also the whole team thought, okay, I think the conversion rate will drop, for sure. So we were all at the same page here. And then the East. And that's also an important thing, because often we think, okay, with what could we start? This is important, this. Just have a look how easy it is. So to add one more form field, it's not that hard. So it's also a very easy test. So out of this, you're getting the priority. And if we are now going back to our backlog, we see here the priority. So you see different tests, but we saw, oh my God, okay, we need to start with this test because it's having the best number for now. And then you put it into live. And in the live part, so if you run a test, especially an important test with conversion rates and so on, you should take care that you are not going to run another test what's testing the conversion rate. So a social test, for example, a LinkedIn test is okay, but you know, tests can influence each other. So take care of this. And yeah, we started the experiment. We waited 12 weeks. And we did the A/B testing. So that means the visitors are coming and they are getting, so one part is coming to contact form 1, A, and one to contact form B, so with the monthly. And the option A was 7%, so the conversion rate was 7%, as we expected. So we thought it's 7%, and it was. And now the option B. I have now the question. There we have the one more form field. What do you think? You think the marketing team was right? Like the conversion rate was worse? Or you think it was the same or it was better? So now I'm going to ask again for your signs. Who thinks the conversion rate was worse? So like the marketing team said. Okay, we have some signs, but not that many. Okay. Who thinks it was the same? Hands up. Okay, it's nearly the same like the first one. And who thinks it was even better? Hands up. Okay, less. Okay, here in front, 2 people decided another thing. So the interesting thing about it was the conversion rate was even better. And I couldn't believe my eyes, because really it was for me, no way, and also for the team. Still, yeah, the winner was option B, and that's also this example, why I brought this example to you. So often we read about something, and while I was testing together with the team, we saw, hey, often the things are different. Because the target group is different, you know, because your website, it's so many different factors why things are sometimes different. So that's why I think you should test, or why we tested a lot. Yeah, and finally we are coming back to our pitch card to draw the conclusion. So it's also important to write down the conclusions after you are running the test, to have them summarized. So we are putting it in closed. And there you have a lot of, and you have always the conclusion with the pitch card here. And yeah, so you have later access to this tool, so you can decide how you want to structure them better in the future. You can use the date also, you can add things, yeah, as you wish. And yeah, we were writing down the outcome, so there was no significant difference between the two contact forms, and that meant we can implement this new contact form to our website. And the learnings for us as a team, it was different than we thought. And it's also nice if you are in different markets, you could test first for one market, so you are having less risk. So we tested it first for the German-speaking market, and then we tested it for the English-speaking market. So I recommend you to do this as well, if you can. And some side effects of the workflow, it's the team spirit, because ideas are getting collected of everyone, you know, not the head of marketing is saying, hey, you do this and you do that. No, you take as a team a decision together, and you are seen in the team, and everyone is allowed to make something. And often, you know, we lose our ideas. We say, hey, let's do that, but we never start with it. So if you write them down and you collect the ideas, you make them true. And yeah, every idea gets seen, like I said. And also in my team came up with an idea and with a pitch card, and we did this. And yeah, we learned all the time together. And now I brought you also some examples. How we improved the conversion rate with some tests. And yeah, first, of course, the contact form. There you can do a lot of different things. So if you have a contact form, you can, for example, reduce and add a new form field. So you can have also less. You can have an expandable form field. So if you type something in, it's go. So it can also be bad for your conversion rate. And then also you can use a testimonial. Sorry, Alex, he's now sitting here. I just took him as an example. It's not his quote. I gave it for him. And we improved also in the previous company I worked for. Here our conversion rate, just a little bit, 2%. Yeah, but it was. You can also change your call to action. So, for example, instead of contact us and so on, you can say book a free consultation and try a little bit with this. These are some simple tests, and you can have some big change here. And now I brought you also the best test we did with the most increasing conversion rate, and that was, so we were building a landing page for a keyword. So we were reaching where we are getting a lot of new visitors through which keywords, and we were building specifically for this keyword a landing page. So you put in the headline, for example, the main keyword you're having. You're putting some benefits inside of it. Very simple, okay? It was not that big page with a lot of information, just short and snappy. Then we had also the contact form, also very short. And then we had, again, Alex, sorry. And then we had what our clients say. And yeah, just something the people can trust. And we improved our conversion rate 18% for some keywords, but not for all. So please don't think, okay, I used this test and Viola said our conversion rate will increase 18%. No, because also you need to test to try it out. And yes, the learnings out of these are, remember, every target group is different. Know your numbers, that's also something very important if you want to test significantly. And don't be afraid to fail tests. So I said fail because there is no failing if you test, because every test you do is a win and it's a learning. So every completed test is a succeed So success. And we celebrated it, even if the numbers weren't better or even if they were worse. We were so happy that we did this test, and it helped us often to make decisions. And yeah, now, what should you do now? So first, you should download the tool if you want, and yeah, you have it for free. I'm not going to measure anything, so don't be afraid that I'm collecting data there. And research different possible tests. So you can look at a competitor or at websites you really like and check it out. What do they have? What do they do? Then evaluate the test. So even if you're a freelancer and you're not having a team, you can evaluate it for yourself with the ICE model and then start the test. And yeah, congratulations. You listened to my presentation. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, thank you so much. Here you can download the workflow in this little here. I'm now so confused because of this nice group. Yeah, just download it. You can reach out to me whenever you want with your questions, and you can write me. You can make now some questions. And I also wanted to say thank you so much to all volunteers here. I'm so impressed. Really, it's the sound check behind the scene, the volunteers. So thank you so, so much to you making this possible. It's amazing. It's an amazing job they do. They put a lot of work.
And thank you, Viola. But you're not ready yet, because maybe some people have questions.
Yes,
and
okay.
Then we have 2 mics, one there and one there. So if you have a question, please line up at one of the mics. And we also have an audience that is maybe online and watching this live stream. We would like to ask everybody to give feedback about this talk. On the website of WordCamp 2023, there's a feedback form. You can give feedback to every talk you have been. We appreciate your feedback to improve WordCamp every time we have it. Okay, nice. I see a first question over there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi Viola. Thank you so much for your talk. It was really, really interesting about A/B tests, which I want to forward to you so you can, convince me about. No, just kidding. No, just try to understand how much A/B tests could be effective for everyone. So, for example, first question is, A/B tests can be done also for small website. I have a blog that I have like 2.5K users for each year. Is it okay to do like A/B test for this, or could be just a too small group of people? Second question is...
So I would start answering you the first question, if this is okay. So that's a very good question. And yeah, so I just can say you to have really significant proof, it's great to A/B test. But there are different steps, So for example, A/B test, you can imagine I don't know. So the first thing is you can do asking experts, collecting their data. Then in the next step, you can also measure really high in this pyramid. So
yeah, but do you think it will be work?
No, because for being significant, I really recommend to have the data and to use this A/B testing tool. But there we had a very high number of confidence, so 95%. So you can even drive tests with lower ones. And for example, also for my master thesis, I had a target group for the experiment research it. But for being significant for the website, I recommend you to have these high numbers. Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't want to be rude, but could you do the next question maybe after the next person, because in line behind, because otherwise other people don't get it.
It was really a fast question. It's just
I hope I answered your question. I was really spreading out.
Can the next person in line ask the next question? Because,
and you can always write me asking the questions. Okay. Just contact me if you want.
Hi. Sorry, he kind of actually asked my question, but I wanted to know how you get into the math of the statistically significant numbers. So if you have a smaller sample size, how are you doing the math to know what is significant?
So if you're having a smaller target group, I recommend you just to research, and then you can calculate it. There are different formulas you can use. And also with this A/B testing tool I showed to you, it's a really, valid tool. So it's really high numbers. But if you're having smaller numbers, it's also good to try first to get traffic on your website. And you can do this differently. For example, SEO, SEA, and so on. And then you can test better. But I know many websites, they need to run a test for years to get significant data. So I recommend you also to research it. And sometimes you see a tendency, okay, if you A/B tested with a smaller group, but for
To notice what kind of extra field we add to the form or not. So if it's a field that the visitor would like to be asked to input, or if it's something that really don't add any value.
So for me, a contact form should be important for you. So, if you say that's important for me, that's important to measure it better, to structure something, so it should be for you. But of course, you can also, if you want to make them feeling good, your clients, you can also try something else. I hope.
I think you didn't understand my question.
Okay.
I was just asking what kind of input field, if it's important to notice what kind of input field we put or remove from a contact form, like if it's a necessary information that we need to get from the visitor, or if it's not something necessary that we need to get from the visitor.
So I think the contact form, what kind of information, I cannot say it. It depends always on the things you're working for.
I was just asking if it needs to test different kind of...
Okay, now I got it. So it depends on you. If you're happy with your conversion rate, no, you don't need to change it, But if you want to improve it, you could, for example, remove some fields. That's normally the market saying, hey, if you're removing fields, you're making it shorter. It's normally bringing you more conversions. So, yeah, it depends.
It depends on what you're selling.
Yes, it depends on what you're selling, so you can research here also. So it depends always, for example, in logistics, they have the normal conversion rate around 4 to 6%, so you can research this. What's the normal conversion rate in your market? And depends on this, you can say, okay, my conversion rate is really good, or you say, we could test this, I hope that answered also your question.
I see also on the other side we have somebody at the microphone.
Yes, thank you for your presentation first. And the question is, what was the difference between the conversion rate from country to country?
That's the interesting thing about this. You mean about the 18%?
Yes,
where we improved
for Germany it was increased, but...
Yeah, in Germany it was increased. So that was a test for United States. But this team told me afterwards, hey, Viola, the test was really... the conversion rate was not that good, but for another keyword it was good, So, but that's, the answer. So it's also good to test the different markets.
Always need to do a A/B test, and also for those different fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. First, it was an interesting presentation, and it's always interesting to analyze these conversion rates, like a topic of research. My question is, have you considered doing it in more scientific way? So, maybe doing logistic regression, as these are categorical variables. So maybe you can set a null hypothesis and refute it, the probability level of how to refute that hypothesis, in more scientific way, not only A/B split testing, like another level. Because always A/B split testing, from my experience, because I worked in this statistic and research field, it's sometimes can lead to erroneous results, and regression, it's more scientific and right way to do this. Have you considered doing in that way? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So because we had this amount of group, as you saw, we had a lot of visitors. It was like the tool, you can check it out later, the A/B testing tool. It's really looking that you are having significant proof. But as you say, you can always test even better. But you know, if you are A/B testing, it shouldn't be too much workload to just run this test, I think. Because with this A/B testing, we made very good experience in my past and with this kind of numbers. So we saw the difference after these tests, and they were not changing. And also with this A/B testing tool I showed you, you can also measure afterwards all the numbers. So yeah, that's my answer to this, I hope. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we just have time for 2 more questions. Please keep them short.
It's just my question is really fast. Just imagine, again. Hello.
You are again. Nice to see you again.
Nice to meet you too. Always great content. My question was this, and it was simple. So imagine for a second that you're doing an A/B test.
Yes.
You end your A/B test. You get your answer from the A/B test. You do the edits to the site, to the service, to the app, or whatever, to impact and to get the update, and to have the version of the one that the app wins. And you notice that it's not it's not performing like it was expected. What you will do at that time?
I will wait the weeks I said before. So even if you see, okay, if the test is really bad, you know, one time we said, okay, let's stop a lead from a lead to a client. You can use different steps here. And then you can measure here also the numbers. And that's also so important, like you said, to have a look at the lead quality.
kind of you to come over all here and have a listen to Anna. Anna is going to tell you something about how to ask for web design feedback. So if that's what you want to hear, you're in the right track. I hope you all played the game card and that you all got the first question and maybe already went to the community board booth to get a new card. In the case you didn't get the first question, I'm going to help you out a little bit. For the game card, the first question of today is... Yeah? Okay. The first question of today is WordPress older than Facebook and Twitter, true or false? So if after the talk you go to the community booth, you can tell them the answer, you get an extra card. And this game helps you to mingle with people, get to know people. WordCamp is about getting away from our computers and get to meet people in person and live and get to know new people. What's more for today? Let me have a look. Too many papers, too many announcements to do. Now I get lost. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, as you see, volunteers are wearing blue shirt. So if you have any questions and you see a volunteer, just ask them and they will try to help you. And that's also for lost items. If you find somebody, if you find something, bring it to the info booth so people can get their belongings back. And at 1 p.m. there's lunch served for people that didn't know that yet. I think I have enough announcements, so I think it's now time for our speaker. Anja, please, welcome. Give her a big applause. How to ask for web design feedback, Anja Sirgano.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. WordCamp Europe 2023. Woo! This is amazing. Well, before introducing myself, let me tell you a personal story. I want to talk to you about the birthday problem, also known as the birthday paradox. The birthday paradox states that in a group of 23 people, there is a 50.7% probability that two of them share the same birthday. For a group of 57 or more people, the probability of two of them sharing the same birthday is greater than 99.666%, almost 100%. In other words, in a crowded city bus, it is very likely that there are at least two people who share the same birthday. The probability is almost 100%. This is awesome, isn't it? However, this probability drops to 0.059 if we choose one of those people. By selecting one person, we will need at least 253 more people to have a probability greater than 0.5 of someone sharing the same birthday. In my life, I have chosen one person. She used Drupal with respect according to the code of conduct. But she also uses WordPress. She is volunteering at this WordCamp as a media partner. Her name is Helen, and today is her birthday, and she's here. So happy birthday to you. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Thank you. I am a digital business designer with over 15 years of experience in design. In the beginning, I started with print and graphic design. I specialized in typography and branding, and then I learned website development. I have worked with WordPress for almost 7 years as a freelancer. I have been contributing to the WordPress community since 2017. I have worked on the design team, core, plugins, WordPress TV, polyglots, and community. I contribute to the community team by running the Torrelodones meetup and WordCamp. Torrelodones is a beautiful little village near Madrid in Spain. And you are, of course, also all invited to the next WordCamp in March next year. I am also a proud of Piensa Solutions. That is a little hosting provider specialized in WordPress with a free plan. I also run a podcast. If you want to learn Spanish and if you like WordPress, you can listen to Un Billete a Chattanooga, where I talk about marketing, web design, and digital business with my partner, Pablo Moratinos. By the way, this podcast is a WordCamp Europe media partner. And we also run an online academy in Spanish. And please, you can also follow me in Twitter. OK. What is asking for feedback? Feedback is a communication tool where you share your design and get criticism from others to see if expectations align and to improve and advance the project. It would be ideal for all the stakeholders involved in the project to give feedback, but it's important that only those people who have authority over the project get feedback. We ask for feedback from other designers to get other professional perspectives, detecting some problems or areas where we need to improve, and can also help us to validate our desired decisions. We ask for feedback from developers to involve them in the design phase. We ask for feedback from clients to validate the design. And we ask for feedback from the users to check if the design works for them. So we ask for feedback from all these people, but in this talk, I'm going to focus on asking for feedback from clients because they pay for their work. OK. Why is it important to ask for feedback? Well, because we may not have all the information about the project. It's necessary to have an external perspective to improve the project and make sure we are on the right track. If we ask for feedback, we can improve the final design, we can meet the client's expectations, and we can stay within the project's technical and financial scope. When to ask for feedback? Well, ask for feedback constantly. Don't move too far ahead without requesting feedback. The farther you go without asking for feedback, the more time and money you could waste. If you don't ask for feedback throughout the process, you may spend weeks working on a design idea that is ultimately rejected and discover too late that it wasn't viable. Asking for feedback is essential to effectively move forward with the project and ensure its success. Not doing so can result in a significant loss of time and effort, and in some cases, it may even damage your reputation. Therefore, it's always better to safe than sorry and to not forget to ask for feedback at all stages of the project. So are we all on the same page? Just want to check that we are all in agreement about what feedback is, why we should ask for feedback, and when and who to ask for feedback from. Okay. So why aren't we, as designers, continuously asking for feedback? I think it is because we may not be asking for, I think it is because we lack confidence, we suffer from imposter syndrome, and don't want our designs to be negatively criticized. Or maybe because we think asking for feedback will delay the project and we don't have time, or because we don't know how to do it or don't have the necessary tools. Or maybe because we don't want to be asked for changes. We don't want to work more or deviate from the original idea. So how can we ask for feedback effectively? Let's take a look at some tips. As I said before, I'm going to focus on how to ask for feedback from the client, but some recommendations apply to asking for feedback from any stakeholder on the project. One tip, tip number 1. Ask for both real-time and asynchronous feedback. As a designer, it's crucial to explain and justify each design decision and user flow to the client first time they see it. We never just send the design and wait for their feedback. That approach doesn't work because we need to sell our design to the client and give them a real-time experience that conveys our emotions and passion. So the first time someone sees a design, it's better to show it in real time, sharing your screen, displaying and explaining the design during a video call or even in person. Afterwards, they can view it and use it more leisurely and provide asynchronous feedback using tools like Slack, Discord, or Trello. It is important to use collaboration tools. Use the tool that works best for each stage, but there are many. Try them out and choose the one that best fits your way of working. Yeah, for design, Figma or Penpot. Penpot, if you don't know, is an open source tool for collaborate in real time, designing and with the developers also. For review, we can use WebVisio or Eru. For Task Manager, Trello, Asana. And for communication, there are many. Also, email is good, Zoom or Microsoft Teams or Google Meet or and yeah, you all know Slack and Discord. Okay. 3, build trust and respect. Don't take it personally. Make them feel comfortable to give feedback without hesitation. If you have a good relationship with your client, the project will turn out better. Building a good relationship with clients can improve the outcome of a project. 4, ask specific questions. The responsibility of communication is ours, as the professionals, not the clients. Ask the right questions. Don't ask what they think, because we need a specific feedback. And if we ask this, we will get open-ended responses. So don't ask if they like it, because it's not because you don't want them to just say no. And because it's not about liking. It's about fitting business objectives and client needs. We need to explain well how we made each design decision and have the client tell us if those decisions are aligned with business objectives. Provide context. Explain the context and the purpose behind each decision. It's important to provide enough context when asking for feedback so people understand the purpose of the design and can give more relevant comments. Always appreciate feedback. The feedback will improve the project, and that is good for you. Always receive it with a grateful attitude, and this goes for most things in life. Leveraging has different perspectives, pays attention to different things, and may notice things that you haven't seen. This is the moment to find errors or missing elements. Some problems have different solutions. There is not a single valid solution. We can give the client a choice between 2 or different versions, and later we can do A/B testing to find out which solutions converts better. Also, there are clients who want to make decisions and participate very actively in the design. This way, we give them the possibility to have an opinion on some aspect of the design and not on others. Not as a mission for approval can help build trust and encourage honest and constructive feedback. You don't want the client to correct your design. Don't present the project as if you were in class presenting your work to a teacher. If you treat them like a teacher, they will act like one. And if the client has had a bad experience with designers who maybe were not very good and had to do a lot of correcting, they will remember that and repeat this behavior with you. Give them confidence so they know they don't have to start designing themselves. Describe the problem, not the solution. Focus the feedback on the business, not on the design. Explain the intentions and business objectives pursued in each page or section. Don't explain what you have done, explain why you have done it. Consider the feedback, but don't always follow it right away. Although it's important to consider all feedback received, as a designer, you're the one who makes the final decision about the design. It's important to discuss with the client the reasons behind their request and work together to find a solution that meets their needs and goals. We need to make sure the client understands the reasons behind each decision. Even after learning the reasons for our decisions, if the client wants to execute a different solution, even if we consider it wrong, we should do what the client asks because they are the ones paying for the project. Understand your client and anticipate their needs. We need to know our clients' needs very well to be able to anticipate the possible changes they may ask for. There are changes or requests that most clients tend to take them into account both when designing and when asking for feedback, and thus anticipate so that they don't ask us for those changes. I have 3 examples of common client requests. What do you think one of the most common requests from clients is? I really love that, because it's what I think. So, when a client asks for that change, we have to ask why bigger. Probably because they feel like the design doesn't express their brand. The client isn't telling you the problem. They are giving you a solution that they think will fix it based on their limited design knowledge and terminology. The client may not know how to say the design doesn't express my brand. They know how to say make the logo bigger because they lack design knowledge. But as designers, we know that there are other ways to express a brand besides making the logo bigger. We know that the brand is reflected in the design through colors, typography, layout, images, illustrations, and other graphic elements such as icons. That's why both when we design and when we ask for feedback, we must consider that the design reflects the client's brand, not just through the logo, but through all these elements. If we explain to the client all of the resources we have used to express their brand, when we present the design, it's most likely they won't ask us to make the logo bigger. We have to convince the client that we understand their need and that we have met it. So on the left, what the client asked for, and on the right, what the client is really needed. Example 2. Clients often ask to add more items to the main menu of a website, as they believe it can make the page easier to navigate. However, adding more items to the main menu is not always a good idea, as it can make the menu too confusing. The more items the main menu has, the harder it is for the user to click on one of them. As we know that the client usually wants to add more items, of the importance of keeping a simple main menu to ensure usability. To prevent the client from fearing that the user will not access important information, we will explain, for example, that in addition to the main menu, we will have calls to action on the page and, for example, a secondary navigation on the footer. If the client understands the reasons for keeping the main menu simple, they probably won't ask us to add more items. So on the left. And 3, clients may ask to add more content or visual elements to the design, such as icons or graphics, to make the page more appealing and easier to understand. Sometimes we can incorporate more content and rearrange the layout without any problem to meet the client's needs and agree that this will improve the user experience. But other times, adding more visual element or more content to the design can be worse for the usability or user experience of the page. If we anticipate this and explain to the client why we use those elements and why we chose that length of content, the client probably won't feel the need to add more elements or content to the design. So on the left, what the client asked for, and on the right, what is probably happened in the design. The internet is full of memes about clients requesting changes. Clients tend to ask for the same changes all over the world, all the days. So if you already know what's going to happen, anticipate it. And all right, that's everything. Thank you. Evharisto, gracias, y thank you. And if it's time for your questions, you have to go deeper.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Anna. There must be a lot of questions, so we have 2 mics lined up, one mic over there and one mic over there, so you can ask your question. And I would like to ask everybody to just ask one question per time, so everybody gets a chance. And I talked to Anna, and she said also after this session, she will be available outside this track to talk more to you if you have more in-depth questions. At least we don't have to ask anymore if people ask you how to make the logo bigger. At least we know what to do. Instead of laughing about the customer, we are actually doing something wrong, and we have to do something about it. Thank you for that. That was a big lesson for me. I see there the first person for a question.
Yeah, I have a quick question. So I find myself now giving a lot of feedback. So I would love to ask from the perspective of like the client, and you being a designer, what's the best way of like receiving feedback? So for instance, I usually do the feedback sandwich where I might start with a little bit of positive, then maybe give you a little bit of the negative, and then maybe end up with a little bit of positive. Does that work, or what's your preferred method of receiving feedback?
Yeah, thank you for your question. For the client perspective, I can recommend you to focus on the design goals, business goals, not on the design. Focus on the problems you have, and because you know your business, you know your client, the final client, and not focus the feedback on the design of the solutions, colors, typography, layout. This is the designer's job. If you focus your feedback on your business, I think it's easier to the designer to give you a solutions and understand what you need to get with your website. Is okay for you? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a next person for a question.
Hello, great presentation. I wanted to ask regarding the asynchronous and the real-time feedback. What do you do when, from the real-time, and you go to asynchronous, the client has changed his mind?
So you're asking me about the client gives you one feedback on real time,
in the real time you got,
and then you get a message with another. So I think I would try to get an appointment to get the real time again and talk to the client why. No, or I don't know if...
you always get the best option when the client talks to you in person. That's why I want to ask when you get different feedback on the asynchronous.
It's never happened to me. I always try to make a didactical work and explain a lot the design decisions, because I made design decisions when I design. Even if you choose a theme or a third party, you make design decisions, and you need to make why you make that decisions. So I always explain. You are saying that maybe tomorrow the client can change their mind. So, okay, we can discuss again, and you can always agree also, because it's not one solution. We as designers maybe have ego, and the design is our son, and don't want to make changes. But if we work with a business perspective, we don't mind to change, and we don't mind to make 2 or 3 versions and test, because the final word is clients, the final client, the user. So we need to test the website. We don't have the last. We don't have the truth. No? I don't know if
Yeah, you covered me. Thank you.
Okay. Does any woman, as a woman, we maybe have, it's more difficult to us to go to a micro and ask questions, But I would like to answer if you have any question or if you want to go deeper. Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi. So I made a website for a client. We made the design together. She was great as a client. She approved the design. We talked about the user persona. It works perfectly, like it works. Now she was on holidays with her friends, and 2 friends don't like the website. They're not the users at all. It's an educational website for math teachers in the US, and they're not. So I don't know what to do. I don't want to change it. It works.
I've been there.
She's happy, but not anymore. So.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. And their friends is always asking for carousels in the homes, the homepage, and things like that. Yeah, it's hard.
More slides in the slider, but
Yeah,
nobody
slider.
looks at the slider. It's the worst performance on the slider. So the heat map goes blue. They want more slides, and also they want to change the color, obviously. So.
Yeah. So in that case, we need to repeat the reasons for not to put a slide on the homepage. But even if agreeing that if the client is asking you to the slider, well, it's who pay for the work. So it's frustrated, and maybe it's not your client. And yeah, you finish the work and say goodbye, and look for another client, another type of client that be confident with you doing the work.
I do appreciate her as a client, and I think that the issue is really her ego. So I feel like her friends telling her that they don't like the design, it's like somebody telling you your baby's ugly.
Yeah, but I think you need always to talk about business objectives and tell the client, if you justify the text, for example, the text is not reading well, so it's your decision, but if you do that, this is that you are going to get. Because I am, as a designer, I have experience, I studied a lot, and we know the user experience is that. So according to all of these books I read, this is the best thing we can do. But let's try, let's do a A/B test, and let's see. And maybe the slider is a good idea. Who knows?
Okay, I'll try that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe I can add a little bit to it. I'm myself also an agency owner, and I always tell customers, the website is not for you, but it's for your customers.
Yeah.
So
of course.
Also in this case with the girlfriends, are they the demographic? Are they the potential customers?
Yeah.
If they are not, then it doesn't matter they don't like the website, because they are not the potential customer.
Yeah.
Always try to talk about that. At least that's from my experience.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, I see also online there are no questions. If there are no questions anymore, I want to thank Anne very much for learning us more about giving feedback.
Okay.
And as I already said, make loco, I'm not coming too close to you. Make loco bigger is really something coming home with me. That it's actually our fault that they are asking this. So that's really something we have to work on when you're on the design team. Thank you very much from WordCamp. We have a small present for you. And
okay.
Thank you, and we.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
It's done.
Track 2, how you can give feedback about this kind of talks. So go to the website, there's a feedback form. Every talk you go to, you can give feedback. And that's quite nice. It helps the organizers to select good speakers for every new WordCamp. Just if you're getting hungry, we have to wait a little bit till 1 p.m. At 1 p.m. it's lunchtime, and that's served at level 0 and -1. And of course, don't forget to visit our sponsors, because our sponsors make this all possible. If there are no sponsors, there is no WordCamp, because for the ticket price that you are paying, it's impossible to organize this kind of event. So please also go and visit them, because they make this all possible. We have a short break now, and at 12 p.m. we continue with Histro Panjarev. He is doing a talk about building high-performance headless WordPress systems, main challenges and solutions. So if you're interested in that talk, I hope to see you again. Did you already go to some nice tracks or workshops? And are you playing the game? The game is there to interact with people and get to know more people, because that's what WordCamp is about. We get from our computer away and start meeting people, connecting with people. And so very important, in the end of this talk, I have the second question. So if you are playing the game, I have the second question. And if you play that, you can go to the community booth with your answer. And hopefully you get another card. Okay, my name is Paul Kouwen. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm your MC for today. And it's already my last session, so also enjoying this and learning, getting new experiences. And today we have our speaker, Histro Panjarov. I think I met him first time at WordCamp Netherlands. And since then I met him at many WordCamps in the US. And he's a very active community member in WordPress and working for the company SiteGround. And hey, he's already here. So you are just getting behind me because...
just dropping by.
Oh yeah, okay, you're just dropping by. He's building scaled airplanes as a hobby.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. And that gives a big problem, I heard, because now the house is getting too small.
Yeah, I may become homeless if my wife kicks me off, so that's that.
Yeah, and I heard from your team that even you use this building of skilled airplanes as a team building activity.
Yeah, we did that in the team building.
Yeah.
We crashed a couple of planes. It was really nice. Yeah.
So next to knowing a lot about headless WordPress systems, he also knows about skilled airplanes. Yeah. So if you have questions about headless WordPress, ask him, but also about skilled airplanes.
Okay.
So Histro, the talk is yours.
Thank you
Go
very
ahead
much.
And enjoy.
Thank you for the presentation. Hello. Thank you all for coming to my talk. As Paul introduced me, okay, here's the gun. I'm Histro Panjarov. I am a WordPress Innovation Director at SiteGround, and I've been working here for 15 years. And for the past years, we've been developing more and more things with headless WordPress systems. So today I want to talk to you about headless WordPress, different ideas to consider, and I will hopefully help you out decide whether going a headless way is for you, and probably give you an idea about something that you can use to improve the way you do things, to improve your businesses and your flows. So to begin with, I think one of the most important things when we talk about pretty much everything in general is that you should evaluate whether this is for you. For example, headless WordPress. What is headless WordPress? Basically, you have a WordPress core system that supplies data via an API to a different application. It may be a React single-page app or some other system. And it's a way of doing things, doing systems platforms that gives you a lot of flexibility, but adds to the complexity of your system, of your platform. You need to spend more development work to it. So it's important to ask the right questions and to figure out whether this is the way you should do things. And the first thing I ask when I start working on such platforms is this a standalone project, or you need to integrate it with something else, something existent? There is a lot of chatter on Twitter, on Slack, on everywhere about headless. Headless is not one solution for everything. Yes, we can build very fast systems with going headless. You can use all sorts of technologies, but we can have a super fast, regular standalone WordPress website. You just need to have a proper team, proper hosting, proper caching, a good developer, and you can achieve the same thing. So the first question is, do you really want to invest that development time going headless and doing those things? And sometimes the answer is no, and that's perfectly fine. WordPress is great out of the box, and if you don't need to integrate it with your own existing stuff or with a different system that you're working on, you don't necessarily need to do it. So you need to have this in your mind. Usually, WordPress headless is very applicable when you have an existing use case or an existing system. For example, this is the SiteGround client area, and we have WordPress powering our entire knowledge base of answers, like tutorials, articles, and this is, and we show this in a contextual manner. Our client area is a React application. It has tons of business logic in it, you know, all the renewals, all that stuff that's already there. We can't rewrite that in WordPress, and it doesn't make any business sense for us to do that. But on the other hand, I just can't make a WordPress website with all the support articles there and make it look like the client area. Or SiteTools, which is another application built in React, which manages our entire hosting system. But I need to show that data to our clients. So we have a headless WordPress powering all that. Basically, the React app here hits a WordPress API and says, hey, I'm on that page. We have a custom plugin that gets the page on which the content is requested and gets the client language, because we have Italian, Spanish, French, Deutsch, and serves the data through the API. So for us, it makes a lot of sense to do that. On top of everything, we can cache this in React. We can use front page caching. And this is very fast way to serve data from WordPress. And you can integrate it seamlessly into your existing system without doing a lot of work. So for us, this works very, very well. And on top of it, if you have a centralized place where you host your app that you integrate with WordPress, you can cache very, very well that system, and you don't need to have some very powerful server to host WordPress to power that. Those two pages are getting millions of hits weekly, or I'm sure we're in somewhere in the tens of millions per month. But it's hosted on a super cheap cloud server that's just isolated. It's like $50 a month or something, the cost. And another important question when we talk about this is, do you need to use any third-party integrations that provide you functionality out of the box? Because, for example, this was a very simple use case. You know, we have posts. It's a WordPress multi-site, actually, in different languages. You have posts. You get the data. You render it. But if you have something more complex that you rely on, like a Learn Dash or MemberPress for courses, or some sort of customized, let's say, ticketing system or whatever, and you get a certain functionality that is out of the box, ready for you, coming from a plugin that you have purchased that you rely on, you need to take into account that if you can't just use that functionality out of the box. At least you have to style it again to make it work for your application. So I'm not advocating against going headless, but you need to take these things into consideration. And this all sums up to the question whether this will pay off. For example, if you're doing a single thing, maybe it's not worth spending a lot of development time and money at the end of the day to build a very complex React application, backends, etc. But for example, how many of you are doing sites for clients? I see some hands. Ooh, that's a lot of people. And how many of you are sort of kind of embarrassed to give your projects ready with the default WordPress backend? Okay, that's quite a few less hands. But at least the feedback that we're getting from most of the people we're hosting is that they get a bit confused with the WordPress backend. And many big agencies, for example, invest into their own admin stuff. So this is another very good use case of headless WordPress. If you're launching more websites to clients, it's worth investing the time in building your own admin panel, and it will be much easier to build a beautiful React app and give it to the client with their branding, with only the menus they want to see, than styling and WordPress admin panel, which is, I don't know how many of you have done this, but it's not an easy thing to do. And once you consider that, hopefully, headless WordPress is for you. And there are a lot of benefits from it, and one of them is performance. WordPress can be very fast if you cache it properly, if you host it properly, if you optimize it properly. So I started with that. You don't need to go headless to have a fast website, but React apps are very well performing. You can host them on a CDN. You can have a lot of your functionality cached on the front end. So here are some alternative ideas. If you have decided to go that way, that may give you some suggestions about what else can you do. Because the standard way is like you have an app, you do an HTTP request to the WordPress API, you get some data, and then you render it. But the thing is that you don't even need to use the WordPress API. Everything depends on your use case. For example, if you have a Symfony framework of something, you can just include the entire WordPress in it. And then in your Symfony code, you can use every WordPress function, every filter, everything you want, as if you're working on WordPress. And then you can get that data and use it for your own needs. So when going when going headless, it's important to properly analyze your needs and to do things depending on them, and not just for the sake of doing something. And this is a very fast way of doing it. Probably is not the most orthodox way of doing it, but it's very fast because you're saving a lot of HTTP requests. If you already have, let's say, middleware software or something like that that connects to a front end, you don't need to add another set of requests to go back and forth, which inevitably adds to the loading time of your pages. Another thing that is not the standard way of doing things that we've been playing a lot with is using Doctrine or another object relational mapping system to basically map WordPress database to the ORM, and then use the ORM to fetch data from. This way, if you need to get a query to the database, you can get it from Doctrine, for example, because it has included object caching. It's really fast, and the beauty of it is that you don't fire up the entire WordPress framework when you want to get a piece of data. And avoiding to load the WordPress framework saves a lot of precious milliseconds, and especially if you're doing something that is more traffic heavy, this is a good idea that you may consider. Using custom handles or filters and actions is something that you should know exists, and it's very useful. When you get, for example, some error coming from an API, it returns the error message or the success message in a certain way. Feel free, don't be afraid to interrupt that, and have your own message displayed in the way you're doing. This way, you may save another millisecond depending on the actual message itself, and you will get it in the proper format. And since we talked about front-end caching, about React apps, all sort of JavaScript frameworks, use front-end caching as much as you can. It's your best friend. You're offloading your cache on your clients' computers, which is the fastest place to get data from. And with headless WordPress, and React, for example, or other frameworks, that's much easier than going the classic way. Another benefit of headless WordPress systems, apps, is that they can be made much more secure than a standalone WordPress. I'm not saying that WordPress core is not secure. It's a very mature project. It's been for 20 years now. We rarely see any hacking or vulnerabilities that come from the core, but you all know that plugins are out there. They're not developed the same way that the core is developed, and often we have vulnerabilities. So going headless allows you to easily isolate WordPress completely from the public. You can have it on a separate host name. It limits its access only to your application, no matter what it's written on. And this way, you'll be safe from all those attacks that target WordPress systems, that target certain plugin, no matter which one is it. And you still get the benefit of using that functionality through the API. Now, one downside of doing this, we do it. It's great, both for speed and for security, because you're cutting off all the bot traffic, for example. But something that's important to consider is that you may need to rewrite your URLs when isolating WordPress, because it will live on a separate hostname. That's just an example of how to do it. It's not a big thing, but you need to have it in mind that WordPress doesn't know the actual URL it's working on. Another idea is to replace the WordPress login system. Again, that is something that depends on your particular use case. Big fan of JWT authentication. I don't know why it's spelled JWT. It's J-W-T, but it's JWT for some reason. But JWT tokens are very scalable. Big fan of it. Link you a plugin at the end of the presentation. The beauty of it is that you can scale it very much. You don't need to have a large session storage for all the user sessions to store them. Tokens are super fast, but there are two ways of doing this. Now, if you want to know, if you need the information about the particular users, you may need to map the users coming from your application to the ones at your WordPress database. If you don't need that information, if your business logic user specific logic is somewhere else, you don't need to do it. You can make one admin account, one admin user that talks through the API to the application. Otherwise, you need to do user ID mapping for sure. Again, on the same topic a bit, you can replace WordPress access controller or integrate it with something external, or integrate a microservice for this. Again, in case of our client area, we don't need to know, we don't have any complex ACLs for our clients. We only want to know which is their language. But for example, if you're building, let's say, a custom admin panel and you provide it to your clients, you may need to consider whether you are going to use the WordPress roles and capabilities, or you have to map, again, something external. Next, I want to talk a bit about plugins and integrations, because plugins are a big part of WordPress, and nowadays I don't know a website that works only with core. People sometimes are afraid to go headless because they're like, oh, I really need this plugin, but it doesn't have APIs. Well, you can register custom APIs. It's very, very easy. If you haven't explored this way, the WordPress API is one of the best documented APIs out there. The guys and girls that have done this have done tremendous work. It's very well documented. And you can, even if you rely on a plugin that doesn't have API endpoints, you can make them yourselves, and you can make them provide the data in the format you need. Another thing to consider is that, especially when you're isolating WordPress from the world, you may need to make some sort of a middleware or a gateway app to handle external requests, to handle webhooks. For example, if you're connecting, let's say, an online store to PayPal or to Stripe or some shipping provider, whatever, when you send them an order for a payment, they need to call you back and say, hey, that order was paid successful, or the payment failed, etc. And if your WordPress is working from hidden host name behind a firewall that has access only to your app, you can't just hit the webhook that's provided by WooCommerce, for example. So it's not a difficult thing to do, but it's something that you need to develop and organize yourself just so you proxy those requests to the actual systems. And another thing is that you can modify plugin endpoints and responses to better fit your needs. Nowadays, most of the well-developed plugins have APIs, have endpoints. It's okay if the plugin does not return the data in the way you need it. It's very easy to modify plugin responses in a way similar to how child teams work. So don't be afraid of doing that and modify it as much as you can to best fit your needs. And that's the beauty of going headless WordPress. You can use WordPress not in any particular way and not necessarily the way we are used to use WordPress. And I hope that I have inspired some of you to try to build their next project in a headless way and improve the way you work with your clients and the way you build apps, systems, and websites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you still have time left.
I have some time left for questions. Here's some.
Shall we do a Q&A session? We have some mics over there, on that side. So if anybody has a question, you can line up. And
I was a bit fast, so we can have more time for lunch.
Oh, okay, that's great. Yeah, but the problem is the lunch only starts at 1 p.m. So if you go there before that time, there's no lunch. So we have to entertain the people a little bit, I think.
I'm a bit disappointed.
Yeah, I know. But that doesn't matter.
Now we have an angry, hungry crowd.
Yeah, that's why we have to do our best to don't have an angry crowd.
I hope we have a question.
So are there some people, I know it was very technical, there's a microphone over there and over there. Could you line up at the microphone, because then it's easier for us. Maybe we also have an online feed that are people now watching us online, and they can ask a question in the online feed. And if everything works, then my mobile will get a message, and I will ask that question also to Histro.
Okay.
So let's go ahead. The first question, please.
Hi there. Thank you very much for the talk. I have a question, because you've mentioned that your admin area handles the setup via multi-site. And you've mentioned also the multi-language setup as well. What's your take on that? How do you handle this? What's your solution?
The way, is that on? Okay, it's on. There are different ways you can go multilingual. Unfortunately, we don't have anything in core that's standardized and covered by the core API. So you can, but that may be good or not. But still, you have to figure it out for your use case. What we do have is we have English, German, French, Spanish, and Italian. We have 5 languages. And the content is the same in the majority of articles, but some are not the same. For example, we have specific specific content for people in Italy and Spain that care about European stuff. Others in the United States, we don't show them billing. We show them proper billing information depending on where people are. On top of it, we have different people who work in the content team who manage those. And for us, it's very easy to have basically WordPress multi-site in which we have sub-site in Spanish, in Italian, for every different language. And it's basically it's just a small middleware Symfony app that gets the request from the React app, and it proxies the request for the article to the proper language subsite. And for us, this works pretty well because I can give the Italian content team access only to the Italian website. They don't need to do stuff. It has downsides. We've spent a lot of development, not a lot, but we've spent development work doing, for example, when we add a new language. We recently added French. What we did is we migrated the English content in French, and then we had the team of translators, the French content team, translate that, so they don't have to, open different tabs, copy-paste stuff around, and we made it easier. We've been playing with automated translation, which is very easy to. You can, use AI. Some people have to drink water. Somebody says on Twitter that every time someone mentions AI, you have to drink water and stay hydrated. But we use external microservices to translate, and it's very easy to move data from here and there. So, but we have different URLs, which is why multi-site works great in that case.
Yeah, so, I mean, my question was also related to a plugin solution. That's why I asked about that one. But you've solved it via multi-site, right? So yeah.
I don't need to use a plugin for that because I don't have a front-facing interface that users switch between languages. This is my React application, the client area, site tools, or other interfaces. That logic is there, the switching. The simpler you organize it, the simpler it is to maintain it.
I have another one then, because I have been playing with headless lately a lot, and cool. the biggest problem that I see right now, at least, because of lack of experience with building more and more applications like that, or more, websites, shops, whatever, there is a huge overhead, or there is a huge difference during the development time between going headless and doing this the classic way, I would say. So how would you comment that, or what would you recommend? I mean, of course, there is this basic question that you have stated on the very beginning. Do you actually need to go headless in the first place, right? But
yeah, that's a decision that only you can make, and I believe it's more of a business decision rather than a development decision. If you're comfortable with working with APIs, if you can build your stuff yourself, or you have a team of people, you can calculate how much that will cost, and if it's financially worth it, go for it. If you can provide a better experience for your customers from now on, go for it. Build your own branded admin panel for the websites you're doing. Most probably your clients, if you're an agency, for example, won't need to use like 60% of the menus we see on the left side of it. And then they won't see the annoying advertisement, but every single free plugin that now and then tries to jump over each other and show you even more and more and more very important stuff. And so I believe that's worth it. And if you see like big agencies like HumanMade, for example, this is what they're doing. They're building their own framework, headless framework. So when they have big customers, they charge a lot of money. So I believe that if you can invest, if you can spend that development time, depending on whether you're doing it yourself or hiring people, it doesn't matter. But if you can make that investment, it's worth it, because the product that you're selling will feel more professional, and you will be able to charge your clients more.
Thanks very much.
Welcome, Mark.
Yeah, we are all here to learn more, so please don't hesitate to ask questions. But I see we have another gentleman over there.
Hello.
You talk a bit about JWT authentication. WordPress has application passwords built in. Is there any kind of benefits to using JWT over application passwords, and what do you kind of see those being?
Again, as everything headless, it depends on the particular use case. Like for me, it's, I'm building a number of products that are powered by WordPress. And if you already have some sort of a login system, it's much easier when you have an existing login to issue a JWT token and then authorize it at WordPress. And JWT tokens are very scalable. You don't need to store sessions. Hopefully, your projects will reach millions of visitors daily or weekly. And JWT tokens are very fast, especially when you get it issued from something that already exists. I'm not saying that if you're building a standalone WordPress, you need to go and replace the entire login authentication system altogether. That would be meaningless and will waste a lot of time. But if, in case of SiteGround, I already have my clients logged into the client area, I just issue another token and they're authorized and they can get the information they need.
Cool, thanks. I had a second one as well, which is just, you talk a lot about, obviously, the REST API here. Have you used GraphQL at all, and do you see any benefits with that?
No, I haven't, because on my projects, I don't have a need for it. There is a very good blog post on the WP Engine blog about that. You can Google it, and despite the fact there are competitors, they have done a very good work in that blog post, and it's actually about Gutenberg and how to, the couple of ways that you can make Gutenberg render HTML. And you should take a look at that. It's a very well written piece of content to give you pros and cons about that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So on custom backend, which you suggested that it's a good idea to make, it is possible for us to load the Gutenberg. So the editor, I think that should be the main reason why we will be using headless WordPress admin. We'll be able to include somehow that into our custom React application.
Yeah, you can do that. Gutenberg is written in a way that actually the idea, as far as I'm aware, is that other applications use Gutenberg, not just WordPress. So it's pretty easy to use it and implement it into your projects. But because that's just the page building part, right? Yes. Everything else is there too. You know, users, settings, all that stuff, dashboards.
What about custom plugin blocks, for example?
If you load Gutenberg once, then you can benefit from all the custom plugins that are written for it. It's not limiting you. You need to accommodate if they have some interface outside Gutenberg, for example, but that depends on the plugin and whether you want to show it at all. Because like you may want to have, let's say, the Yoast plugin working for your SEO content, but then you don't want to show their settings because you're configuring all the settings for the titles and keywords and stuff like that. You're doing it for your client. You just don't render that interface and give them a better user experience. And you're still you don't have to maintain an SEO plugin. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I see a next gentleman lining up.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
I was really interested in what you said about Symfony and doctrine. Could you please explain a bit more about the use case?
The use case of Doctrine is when you have a big WordPress database for us, for the way I've used it with my team. when you have a very big WordPress database that you need to query, basically you map that WordPress database to Doctrine, like clone it and synchronize them. And then you fetch the data from Doctrine, which comes, it's a PHP library, which comes with object caching and everything. And it's very easy, very well written. You don't have to, write queries. It's not big of a learning curve. I urge you to take a look at it. It's a great piece of tech. And what you're doing is you're getting the data directly from that database. And it's very fast to get the data from there. And you're not hitting the WordPress database, which has a lot of other things. You're building an index only of what you actually need to query, and query it in a very, very fast way. As for the Symfony, our use case is for a product that's not launched yet, so I can't really speak in details about it, but basically we're building a product that sends emails, which is written in Symfony, but we need WordPress for content, for permanent storage, and for other things. And we have we have a React app for the interfaces, which talks to the middleware, to the Symfony app. So in that case, if you want to add WordPress to this existing infrastructure, you would double the amount of HTTP requests if you have your app making one request to the Symfony and then Symfony making another request to WordPress, and you get all that back and forth. And this adds up a lot, because every time you do that, you're losing milliseconds, and it's not performing well. While it's a bit of a not canonical thing to do, but if you just include WordPress, it works. I've tested it. We have real use cases of it, and you can use all the functions, all the data directly in your existing Symfony app, for example, and then have only one call that you can't avoid between the interface and the backend.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think we are almost coming to the end of this talk. And yeah, you all see Risto has a lot of knowledge about WordPress.
Thank you.
And skilled airplanes. And
I didn't talk about airplanes at all.
No,
I don't know why
maybe that's the next talk on WordCamp for you
probably.
to talk about that, and we do some team building about it. But before we always saw you at every WordCamp, but now you slowed down a little bit. You're becoming a family man, and I think as a family man, it's also important that you learn new skills like cooking. So we have here something with a recipe for you. And,
Jesus.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you all for.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hristo Panjarov. Okay. So I know everybody's excited because we almost have the second question for the game cards, but internet helping me, everything is reloading. Okay. We also have some announcements before we go to lunch. The lunch starts at 1 p.m. and is till 2 p.m. We kindly ask you don't take lunch into track rooms or workshop rooms because we want to keep them tidy. So let's have a look what is there. There are a lot of things to see. Yeah. So the lunch is at level -1 and also at level +1 in the main area. There is a next WP Connect session at the balcony that you can go to. And yeah, for people who like to relax a little bit at 3 p.m., there is a Tai Chi session. So I think for the moment you all have been waiting to work with your game cards. The second question for your game card is, in how many languages is WordPress translated? I think that's a very interesting question. And for the people who didn't get the first question was, is WordPress older than Facebook and Twitter, true or false? Go with your answers to the community booth and get an extra card. Get to connect to people. Get to connect to people in WordCamp, because that's what WordCamp is all about. I thank you all. For me, this was the last session as MC. In this afternoon, it will be Emma Young, and there will be new talks starting at 2 p.m. sharply. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Of planes. It was
Okay.
really nice.
Just me? Okay, tough crowd. All right, so my name is Emma. I'll be your MC today on track 2. So I'm just going to start off with a few general announcements, and then I'll get to the good stuff in just a couple of minutes. So just a reminder, in the middle of the expo area, there is the swag table, information desk, a lot of volunteers, lost and found, everything is there. That's where you pick your swag bag up. So if you have any questions, just head over there if you can't find somebody in a blue shirt. We also have just a reminder that there is going to be a wellness track right after this. It's closer to the workshop area, and there's going to be Tai Chi. I don't know how to do it, but it's at 3, so if you feel like doing that, it's a good place to go afterwards. The last thing is there's about 15 minutes between everything, so use that time to go get drinks. There's drinks scattered around all around the conference areas. And yeah, just eat as much as you can while it's there. So yeah, this is a 30-minute talk. We'll have 15 minutes afterwards for Q&A. So there are 2 microphones on both sides of the aisles. You can walk up after the presentation if you have any follow-up questions. If you don't want to walk up there or can't, just raise your hand and we'll run over and give you a microphone. So I will be a very brief intro to our first presenter for the afternoon. This is Chris Lubkert, and can we get a round of applause for him? And yeah.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here to talk about raising capital, raising funds for a WordPress business specifically. I'll share a little bit about myself. My name is Chris Lubkert, as Emma mentioned. I live in Denver, Colorado, in the USA, go skiing and biking and things like that. And I conveniently wore the same shirt as is in my photo, so you know it's really me. And I'm the co-founder of Extendify, which is a software solution that helps hosts around the world to improve their WordPress experience. And at Extendify, we raised capital for our business a few different times now over the past little while. And so I have that experience, kind of being on the founder side of it, raising funds. Also, previously, I was at Automatic, which is the company behind WordPress.com and WooCommerce, et cetera. And at Automatic, I managed some various acquisitions and also investments that we made on behalf of the company. So I've kind of been on both sides of the table, both in and outside of WordPress, because previous to Automatic, I was at another software company. We raised $25 million of growth capital at some point and supported that, and was also in private equity way back early in my career as well. So kind of, I feel like raising capital is oftentimes this mysterious process, this mysterious concept. So I wanted to just shed some light on what it is, what it entails, and give some framework for thinking about whether or not it's right for your business. So that's what we'll talk about today. We'll talk about what is raising capital, should you raise capital, because the short answer is no, not for everyone. So it's an important question to consider for yourself. And then if it does make sense, we'll talk about how to go about doing that and the steps that you should take. So what is raising capital? And capital, is kind of a fancy word for money, essentially. It's just money, right? No matter how you get it, getting capital for your business is just about raising money. You can do that. I'll go through a couple different ways that can happen, just so we can think about the different options that exist, and then before we talk about should you do it or not. But capital, if you kind of need funds for your business, you can do that in 2 basic ways. It can be debt, which is capital that you pay back. It's, you could get it from a bank, you could get it from an individual. They could give you a loan. You pay it back with interest. That's one way you can raise capital. The second way is as equity, and then do this in exchange for an ownership stake in your business. And that's where we'll really focus today. I'll spend most of my time talking about equity, because oftentimes when people talk about raising capital, they're talking about equity capital specifically, so bringing on an investor in their business in exchange for giving away a portion of the ownership of their business. So we'll focus on that today, but I think it is important to be aware that depending on your needs, you could also consider debt as well through a variety of different ways. And then another concept, which people often talk about, is majority versus minority. And this is, a fairly straightforward concept, but essentially if someone's investing a majority stake, that means they own more than half of the business. And so for all the math majors out there, that means you own less than half of the business. And if it's a minority stake, then that means the investor owns less than half of the business. It could be 49%, it could be 1%, it could be anything in between, or even less, I guess, in theory. And so in a minority stake, that means you still own the majority of the business. In theory, you could get multiple minority investments and you could end up with less than half yourself. But traditionally, that means that you still own the business. You still have at least some portion, some version of control of the business and what happens, but somebody else has ownership in it. And so a majority investment can oftentimes feel more like closer to an acquisition than an investment, because somebody else owns the business, they own control over the business. You still have some ownership in the business, and so you can still share in the upside. So, kind of as it continues to succeed and grow, that will, you could reap the benefits of that. So it's not exactly like a full acquisition, but we'll focus today more on the minority investment, because that's often what people refer to when they talk about this. And the last, we're going through some terminology here, but I think it's important, these are kind of, the words aren't necessarily important, but the concepts are important to think about when it comes to raising capital. But there's this concept of primary versus secondary capital. And what that means essentially is primary is when the business gets the money. And so, if you raised $100, in exchange for some portion of equity, that $100, if it's primary capital, goes in the business bank account. It's used for the business in some way or another. In theory, it should be used to help increase the value of that business. But it doesn't go to your personal bank account. It's not you selling your own equity, your own shares in the business. And secondary capital is when you would sell, or anyone would sell, shares that they already own. And this is a little bit less common, I would say, secondary capital. Oftentimes people are talking about raising capital, it's because they want funds to do something for their business. Which would be primary capital, essentially, using the money to help increase the value of the business. But sometimes there are people who will decide that they want to maintain some ownership of their business, but they want some sort of proceeds to go do something with some funds or de-risk their future or something like that. So there are sometimes opportunities. Typically, secondary capital is more for established businesses, ones that don't need the money, but the owner's just looking to, or some shareholders looking to sell a portion of their stake. So I think generally when I talk about raising capital, I'll talk about primary capital. I won't specify it, but typically it's about using funds for your business to help you grow, help you achieve certain goals that you're looking to do. And you can raise capital from a variety of different places. The three most common ones that we think about are angel investors, which are individuals. These are either individuals on their own or as part of a small collective of people who choose to invest in a particular company. There are investment firms as well. So these can be anything from some of the traditional venture capital funds out of Silicon Valley and all around the world, that have teams of people that manage other people's money, make lots of different investments. Or the last one to think about are strategic investors as well. And so think about my role at Automatic. When we would make an investment, that would be considered a strategic investor. It's another company investing in a business. And I think, from my perspective, I think Automatic is the most active in our space. There are a few others in the WordPress space, but there are also others outside of WordPress that could be relevant depending on your business. So companies like Stripe or PayPal have made strategic investments in other companies. And so these are three different categories of companies that you can pursue, or when thinking about raising capital, who could be potential investors. And at Extendify, we've essentially raised capital from all three, kind of a blend of all of these. So I kind of have experience and think about each of these different groups. So there's a big question about should you raise capital for your business? And I think that was the kind of, when I thought about this topic, it was a question that I feel like I'm asked quite often, given my background and experience. A lot of times people will come and say, I'm thinking about raising capital. How should I think about that decision? should I do it or not? There's kind of this very basic question at the beginning. And it's important to think about because it's not the answer to every problem. It's not right for every business. It comes with, what for some businesses could be very important benefits, but it's also comes with some implications that you need to be aware of and make sure is the right fit for what you're trying to do. So I'll talk first about what bringing on investors can help you do. There are three different things that can, obviously there's the capital part of it, where you're given funds, and so you can use that funds to do different things. Investors can also give you guidance or hold you accountable if that's something you need as well. And they can also bring credibility to you, your business, and help you in various ways there. So I'll dig in a little bit deeper on each of these. What can you use the money for, essentially? This is going to be one of the first questions that any investor, if you are seeking to raise capital, will ask you. It's well, why are you asking for this money? What are you going to go do with it? How is it going to help your business to grow? And so there are three broad buckets that you could use capital for. One is to invest in product. Maybe there's a new product that you want to go build. There's something that you've kind of have a prototype for and want to invest in growing it out. You can invest it in R&D, essentially, or product development. The second broad category is growth. When I say growth, I really mean, and what I'm really talking about is kind of marketing or sales or initiatives there that you could do to gain more customers and help to grow the business that way. And this is something, both of these are ones where it can be very helpful to have some initial proof points, I would say, right? So just going and trying to raise capital for a product you have started zero development on or zero research on can be quite challenging. Same with growth. I think a lot of times companies think, well, if only I had a salesperson, or if only I had a marketer, then everything would be great, right? Then my business would continue to grow. And it can be quite challenging if you've never even experimented with some of these initiatives to get people to believe that it's going to work out, right? So even if you feel like you need capital to invest in growth and marketing or a salesperson or something like that, then doing a few steps early on to demonstrate that there will be some success with that can be very, very helpful. And the last broad category is M&A, which is mergers and acquisitions. So you could decide you wanted to use capital to acquire another business. And I think it's something a lot of times people don't think about. They don't think that it's a possibility for them. They don't think that they're big enough to acquire another business, or they don't have the funds to do it. And M&A is a whole separate talk and a whole other topic to really think through how to do that well and how to make sure that it's good for the business. But it is something that many times you can raise capital to do, whether it's debt or equity. And so even if your business is profitable, it's growing, you feel like you don't need funds, it could be a reason at some point in the future if you did decide to pursue some sort of acquisition that was going to be strategic and important for your business and really helpful. You could use capital for that as well. And the right investors can be very, very helpful, actually. So I think we've found this with Extendify. We are a WordPress business. Obviously, we're kind of based on WordPress. So we brought some people with deep experience in the WordPress ecosystem, like Joost and Mariki from Emilia Capital with their booth right outside. They obviously they've invested in Extendify. They obviously have a tremendous amount of experience growing one of the largest product companies in the space, and their kind of guidance and support has been very helpful. We also we sell into the hosting market. And we brought on some investors who have both expertise and connections in that space as well, and has been very helpful for us. So as I think about Extendify, we have obviously the capital, the money has been important in itself, but probably even more impactful has been bringing the right types of investors that have been really helpful for our business. And I don't think we'd be where we are today without a lot of their support. And then the last piece that I mentioned before is credibility. And I think this has been an impact for us at Extendify as well. I mentioned selling to the hosting market. Like many of the, aside from the 10 hosts that come to WordCamps, like many of them aren't very deep into the WordPress ecosystem and the community, and so were unknown to us. Like, we didn't know them, they didn't know us, and so our first conversations with people, having some stamp of approval, if you will, by the credibility that it comes with other people saying that they are willing to put money behind your business, behind your idea, behind what you're doing, has been helpful as well. It just kind of like gives people an opportunity to, or kind of puts people in a positive predisposition to talk to you. So, should you raise capital? I think there are a few questions you should ask yourself in order to really think through whether or not it's right for your business or not. So, like, one is, do you need the money, right? If you don't need the money, then maybe you could get advisors. You could try to solve some of your solve for some of your kind of gaps that you're looking to fill around credibility or support in other ways. So if you don't need, I think this is like a very important question to think about. Like, I mentioned this earlier, what would you go do with those funds as well, right? Like, what's your plan? And it's not enough just to say, oh, marketing. I would like to invest in marketing, so let me raise some money for that. I think going a level deeper and really thinking about what is it going to do for your business? How is it going to make it more valuable? Because there is a real trade-off, right? You're giving away a portion of the ownership of your business to someone else. And so that funding, that transaction should make the whole thing more valuable than what you would do just on your own. And it can have that effect, right? Obviously, if you own 80% of a business that's 3 times as large as it would have been otherwise, that's certainly better than owning, from a financial standpoint at least, than owning 100% of the smaller business. But so the second is, do you need the support? And I think this also goes into what types of investors you would look for as well. But is it, are there people that you could bring on board that would be helpful to your business, that would fill in kind of gaps in your own knowledge or experience in some way or another, that could be valuable? This next one, the third question, is about what type of business you really want to run. And this is more of like a looking deep inside yourself as opposed to looking at your business and kind of more objective. It's more like soul searching, really. Like, are you interested in having a business that supports your lifestyle, that you run for the next 20 years, that allows you to work on interesting things, and you're just perfectly content with the path that you're on? In that case, you probably shouldn't raise capital, right? Because the investors are going to have different. Whatever investor you bring on is likely to have a different expectation for that business and what you're going to do. Or are you interested in continuing to grow? And for some people, if you're a single individual, that might mean now managing a team and going from being a product owner, developer, working on building out the product, to now spending most of your time managing a team. Like, is that something you really want to do? Does that get you excited? Is that something that will fulfill you, essentially? So kind of thinking about the type of business you're looking after, it will both make sure that raising capital is the right decision for you, and it will also help you to find the right types of investors as well that kind of match what you're trying to do. And then the last question I think is important to ask yourself is, if you're ready for the responsibility, because it is a responsibility. There's a lot of trust that goes into somebody giving you, whether it's a small or a large amount of money, it doesn't really matter. You are now a custodian, essentially, of their investment, right? Your responsibility is not just to the business you had previously, but you have a responsibility to deliver on what you said you were going to do, and take care of the investment that someone's chosen to make in you, and deliver on that trust, right? They're believing in you, that you and the team that you have are able to build something great, deliver on what you set out to do. So these are questions to really think about and ask yourself around whether or not you should raise capital. So we talked about some of the benefits, but I think there are also, it's absolutely not the right decision for every person out there, and it's important to really think about if it's right for you, and now is the right time for you as well. So assuming you do think it makes sense, we'll talk briefly here about how to raise capital. I think this is something that's also a mysterious process, right? Most of what you hear about are some sort of announcement that says, hey, we've raised some capital, and you don't understand all of the effort that goes into and all of the work steps that have gone into kind of getting to that point. And it's interesting, I feel like this is on people's minds a lot more now in the WordPress ecosystem because over the past 2-3 years, there's been an increase in investment opportunities. So now it's like a real possibility for many people. Previously, kind of in the first 15, 16, 17 years of WordPress's history, it was mainly just a few hosting providers that were kind of had external capital. Almost every other business was, one that was bootstrapped and kind of grown over time, and many have been quite successful. And so that was the tried and true model in WordPress. And I think it still is possible today to grow a successful business using that model. But now, more than ever, I think there's an opportunity, if it's right for your business, to decide to raise capital. And so there are a few key steps I'll talk about here. The first one is to identify the right type of investor. And I talked a little bit about this. I touched a little bit about this earlier, but we talked about angel investors, investment funds, strategic investors. So there are types in kind of that way in terms of like who they are and which one is going to be, or multiple ones, is going to be most helpful for your business, is going to help you achieve whatever goals you have. But there's also an important thing to think about, like both what stage you're in, and by stage I mean where your company is. Are you just getting started? Do you have a profitable, growing business today? Do you have a multi-million-dollar business that just needs some other type of funding? So thinking about the right stage is important, because if you are, just starting out, you've been in business for a year, you have a product, you have a handful of customers, but you're looking to get beyond this very early stage. If you go reach out to people or companies who focus more on later stage growth capital, they're investing tens of millions of dollars in businesses that already have meaningful revenue, lots of history. You could talk to 100 of them, and none of them is going to be a fit, right? They're not going to be the right fit for where you are in your stage of business. And kind of equally important to stage is thinking about what your ambitions are. Because there are some companies, traditional kind of Silicon Valley investment venture capital funds, who all they care about are, can you be a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar company? They would rather have a 2% chance that you turn out to be this unicorn and a 98% chance that it completely fails than have something that's a less risky bet but with less upside. So this kind of goes back to the soul-searching part of it a little bit, but like what type of business what are you striving for? What are your goals and ambitions? Will also help you align with the right types of investors as well, because there are plenty of investors out there who would be excited about making kind of 5 times return on their money, meaning if they invest $100, they get $500 back. That would be a good outcome for them, and they hope that every one of their investments succeeds and returns some sort of capital. But if you go talk to Andreessen Horowitz or Sequoia Capital or some of these kind of traditional venture capital funds, they'll be completely not interested in a business like that. So really thinking about like where you want to take the business will help you to find the right types of investors who kind of their ambition from an investment standpoint is aligned with what you're trying to do. And then you have to build a pitch. And this isn't, I think there's an exercise around building a slide deck, and that's not specifically what I'm talking about here. I mean, what's your story? Like, why do you, what has brought you to where you are today? Where do you hope to achieve your business? What success have you had so far? We talked about those proof points, whether it's marketing or other uses of the capital. But like, how have you, what success have you been able to demonstrate today, and where do you want to take the business? And why is it a big opportunity? Why is it an opportunity that somebody should be excited about investing now? And I think equally important to this is the person behind it, right? You, your team, the people behind it, I should say. Because that is, when I've talked to like various investors, it is almost always the #1 criteria. It's the person, right? They want to see a big opportunity, they want to see some traction, but without a doubt, they have to believe that you and the team are able to kind of actually achieve and execute on this business. I was talking to someone just the other day who was talking about, hey, I really think this is a good opportunity, but I'm not actually sure if this team is the right team to go after it, to be successful. And so you are selling yourself just as much as you are selling your business and the opportunity in the market you're going after. And lastly, it's about making connections. So I think you hear this a lot, that it's largely about, there's always a important element of kind of making connections and networking, but getting out there, talking to people, finding introductions, meeting different people, telling your story. This is why it's important to have that pitch. That's why I put pitch as the number 2 before the connections, is really thinking through what that story is can help you to tell that story, find new people with whom that resonates, and you have to make those connections. Because again, it comes back to, I mentioned trust before. People have to trust that you're going to be a good custodian of their investment, and they have to believe in you as a person and you as a collective team as well, in your ability to succeed. So I listed as 3 easy steps. It's not easy and it's not quick, right? It's another important consideration thinking about whether you should raise capital is the time and distraction it takes. It can take months and months and literally hundreds of conversations for different businesses. So there is a lot to it, but at a very high level, these are the steps that I would recommend taking if it is a path you choose to explore. So with that, I will be happy to take any questions, whether they're broad questions or specific to someone's experience. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Chris. So yeah, like you said, there is opportunity for some Q&A. So there are 2 microphones on both aisles. So if you have any questions, please head over to it. Oh, if there's a hand up. Yeah, if you can, please, yes. I will hide over here.
Sorry.
It's a bit, asking a question is a bit of a show itself. Anyway, you refer to the kind of person or business that could go to a level that is a multi-billion one.
Yes.
Are there some basic traits and either the company or the person that runs, or the team that runs the company, have to, abide to in order to achieve that level of? Are there some basic traits? I'm not talking. Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say it's a good question because most companies never reach anywhere close to that, right? That's why they're called unicorns. These are companies that have been massively successful and kind of exceed 99.9% of all their outcomes out there. So I think there's a whole industry of venture capital around trying to identify these companies and look for those traits, like you said. I think from a company standpoint, the number one thing, as you think about how big the company can go, is how big the market is. So how big the opportunity is. And we're fortunate in WordPress, in this broad ecosystem, because WordPress powers 40-some-odd% of the web, depending on what you look at. It's a huge opportunity. There's a huge market there. But you need to think about your specific opportunity and what that looks like. If today, the entire market is only $500 million, then obviously it's really hard for you to grow meaningfully beyond that unless you're kind of creating a whole new category and evangelizing something. So the first thing that people will look at always when thinking about like the opportunity and the chances of becoming this multi-billion-dollar company is the market. And this may be one kind of qualification on that is it could be, you could get there in different steps, right? You could have an initial product and offering that is maybe, kind of at one level, but then you could have a path to potentially expanding that offering to then go after an even larger market. So the size of the market is one of the elements. And then when it comes to the person, it's the ambition. Quite frankly, it's not for everyone. That's not what everyone likes to do. It might be easy to sit here and think, if I could snap my fingers and have a billion-dollar company, of course, maybe lots of people would say they want that, but the work it's going to take and the risk that's involved with kind of striving for that level, I think, it comes down to kind of the ambition of what that person's looking to do. And so I think reflecting yourself and trying to think about if that's the life you want to have for yourself, not the outcome, but all the work it takes to get there, would be the second thing I think about.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we've got a few more over there.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Would you say that Europeans are much more modest in their ambitions? And I'm asking that because, back in the day we raised a seed round of, 100K or so. And then I would read on TechCrunch that our American counterparts would raise like a 2.5 mil pre-seed round, right? So there's some kind of disconnect and difference in, I don't know, our raising culture or our expectations. So what's your comment on that?
Yeah, I think traditionally that's been true. Historically, there's been a difference between kind of geographies, and it's been a combination of maybe the pitch or the story, kind of the ambition part of it. It's also access to capital, right? So there was a lot more funds coming into some of the large investment areas within the United States, with just more money available, essentially, so people were willing to make bigger investments. And you talk about the difference between geography. I think the same has also been true thinking about WordPress, actually, right? Like what often has been a large round for a WordPress company would be considered a very tiny one for a software company out in the non-WordPress ecosystem. And I don't actually necessarily think that's a bad thing, right? I don't think that the size of the round is something that is a bragging point, right? It's what you do with it, and it's what you're actually able to go achieve. And so in many ways, you could say raising a smaller amount of capital and still succeeding is better for you, the investors, et cetera. So I don't know that like one's necessarily better than the other, but there has been that difference. I think at a very anecdotal level, I think it's changing as more investors are willing to make investments outside of specific geographic regions. So many US investors are able to make investments outside of the United States these days. So I think that's changing a little bit, but I also don't think it's like the primary metric, right? If you can raise $100,000 and that can fuel your next stage of growth and set you up for success, then you should do that, right? You shouldn't raise $2.5 million if you don't need it. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. Really good. I have a question. Like, I'm really have zero information about investors and this stuff. The question is, could you please share some tips, places where to find US investors for the European company?
Yeah, so the first thing you can do, this isn't a US investor, but you can go to the Amelia Capital booth. I hear, by the way, they're giving out 10 euro notes as swag, so definitely do go check it out. It's just a rumor, so don't find me if that's not true. But I think it is always a challenge if you're reaching out to people cold, right? With no introduction, they don't know you, you're sending an email. It may be, sometimes it works out. Sometimes you can send the perfect email, someone happens to read it, they choose to talk to you, and it works out magically. But it's very, very hard to make that work, really. So the best way is to try to make connections to get there. And you may not have deep connections to US investors or any investors maybe, right? So that's where it comes down to like telling your story and making any connection, right? Like meeting people at a WordCamp who then may be excited about what you're doing, and maybe they're not an investor, but maybe they know someone who would also maybe be excited about what you're doing, kind of, even if it takes multiple chains, multiple kind of links, steps to get there. That's by far the most effective way. I can't think of a single investor that we've brought on as Extendify, or even in my kind of past experience, where we didn't have some sort of connection. So yeah, I mean, it's not the. I know it's certainly a challenge. It's not easy to do that, but sometimes all it takes is finding one person, who's excited about what you're doing, who can then connect you to one other person. So, and I would say we've had my co-founder Arthur and I probably in the hundreds of conversations, not with specific investors, but telling our story, right? And so the majority of them don't work out. They don't turn into anything. And so I wouldn't get discouraged thinking, oh, I found this person, but then they never ended up connecting me to someone. So you just have to kind of keep putting in that effort to networking and making those connections and telling your story.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, good luck.
Hi, thank you for all the information.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask if there is some good way to estimate, for example, if there is an investor for your company, if it's an angel investor, let's say, how much percentage would you think it's a good one to give to the investor, or in the case of a strategic investor, or how do you estimate how much is fair enough?
That's a very, very good question. And with every good question, it comes with a standard answer of like, it depends, right? So it's not, there's not like a generic, there's not a, but it's something that is, the reason it's a question, it's a very good question, is because oftentimes it's not, this information isn't very public, right? People talk about, maybe they raised some capital, but the details of it aren't shared publicly. So you don't have this, kind of these examples of what's common, what makes sense for different types of businesses. But the two things that it really depends on is, one, how much capital you're kind of bringing in, and two, like how kind of the belief of how valuable the business is, right? Both today and where it can go in the future. Because the very simple equation is, right, if someone puts in $100,000 and they believe the business is worth $1 million, then they should own 10% of that business, right? You kind of think about it as that basic math there. So in some ways, the value is how good you can sell it, right? And maybe even how much interest there is, right? So if you have multiple different options, that's always better than kind of having one person or fund or firm or anything that you could go after. I would say broadly, though, to give you a sense, like kind of for an early stage, like a first investor, you probably could expect, whether it's an individual or a collect group of different investors, anywhere from like 5 to maybe upwards of like 30, 25, 30%. 25, 30 would probably be pretty high. 5 would probably be on the lower side of things. So something in that range would be a common amount. But again, it all comes down to like how well you can sell yourself and your company, kind of essentially, right? So.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Oh, my mic's off.
Is there one more?
Yeah, just one more.
Okay.
One more, sorry. If you had $1 million and you had to invest that in WordPress, where would you?
I would invest in Extendify. But assuming that wasn't what you were wondering about, I mean, that is the opportunity that I'm excited about the most, right? Is kind of helping the experience, especially the initial experience and the ongoing experience with WordPress. I think I would invest in a company that has a clear distribution strategy, right? So it goes beyond just having a good product, but is there some unique way to get distribution and kind of growth for the business? So today I'm quite, like, the path we're taking is selling and kind of going through the hosting channel, which I think is interesting and undertapped today. So I think there are a handful of solutions in both the security space, performance space that are also doing that and have found good success. So I think it would be a company like that. PatchStack, Object Cache Pro, these are some companies that have kind of taken that approach and I think have a bright future. So,
thanks.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Let's give it up one more time for. Thank you so much. Okay, so while everybody's trying to run away, I will just try to make some quick announcements again. In your swag bags, if you guys were also maybe a little bit confused about what those postcards were about, it is a WordCamp card game. And it says for me to remind the rules, but I feel like it's whose line is it anyways, and there are no rules. There are some kind of things that you can do. You're supposed to mingle, network, try to trade your cards, get all of the cards as collectibles, specifically for this WordCamp Europe 2023. But you do have to do something to get the next postcard. So you will have to go to the community booth and answer this question. So the second question for today is, in how many languages is WordPress translated into? So if you go check out the community booth, talk to some of the volunteers, and you provide them that answer, you will get another WordPress postcard. And then, yeah, and you can also ask them what the first one was from the day, from earlier today, and get to the sixth one. So, all right, thank you guys. We have another panel starting at 3. So see you guys then. you guys doing? Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, okay, you can. Aw. Okay, so I will make this as quickly as possible because we have an awesome panel for you guys. So I want to leave as much time for them. So just a few quick announcements. Just remember at the middle of the I'm Emma, by the way. I'm the MC. I am just skipping right over that. Yeah, if you have any questions, ask me or anybody else in a blue shirt. The easiest way to find them is at the center of the expo. There is that place where you guys got your swag bags. There's also the Lost and Found there, and info desk, everything, all questions. I don't know, even like philosophical questions, you could go for it there. Sure, why not? Yeah, so I will just make this brief and introduce our host, and he will take it from there with the panel. Welcome to the stage, Jonathan.
Thank you, Emma. And I'm happy to announce our panelists. We have Rosalind Lavery from WooCommerce. We have Miriam Schwab from Elementor and James Giroux from Team WP. This is a really cool space. We've got some volume to it. This is going to be fantastic. So we're here today to talk about partnerships. I want to give a little bit of context for this. WordPress, as we know, it's a big decentralized ecosystem. There's a lot of players. Coming to a WordCamp like this is a great way to get a sense of just like how big our ecosystem is, and this is still just a small part of it. And one of the best ways that we find to grow in this ecosystem is through partnerships. And in putting this together, I wanted to give you guys a chance to hear from people who have a lot of experience in partnerships. And we have a couple of things we want to accomplish. We want to give you a better sense of what's possible, like open you to new ideas about partnerships, give you a chance to hear from each of them with some guidance on what to look for in a good partnership, what are some of the opportunities and challenges, and then ultimately what we're hoping to do is give you some takeaways that inspire you to go out and work on partnerships of your own. So let's go ahead and get started. So Rosalind, let's just get a little bit of context for your background. You're not a stranger to WordPress. You've been in the space for a long time. Can you just give folks a little bit of context of where you started and what you do now?
Sure, cool. Hi, everyone. I had to go check this. I started working with WordPress in 2009 and spent a number of years, a few years building WordPress sites and then a number of years building WooCommerce sites. It was quite exciting, and I was in South Africa at the time, and it was very exciting at the time because there were a lot of people asking for, well, how do we make this give us money, kind of thing, you know. So that was quite fun. And then I worked at some payment companies in BD and partnership roles for a few years, and now I am part of the payment partnership team at WooCommerce and looking at our payment partnerships as well as starting to consider our payment program more broadly within the company.
One thing I'm curious about is, have you noticed anything? So there's the way that we do partnerships in WordPress, and I think WooCommerce is a great example. It's a much more mature in general program compared to like what a lot of folks are doing. But you also have experience in the world like outside in like the payment space, et cetera. When you like, how well developed do you feel like the partnership stuff is in the WordPress space today?
In WordPress in general, I think, to me, it's almost intrinsically part of it because we're an ecosystem.
Yes.
Nothing works individually, nothing works on its own. It all is about how we work together. And I think the whole nature of WordPress in itself is a bit of a partnership.
Yes.
You know, so I think the whole ecosystem is kind of designed perfectly for partnerships. Whether we are that developed in figuring out how we formalize that a little bit more, I think is potentially where there's growth still to be seen, but I think it is part of our ethos.
It's like we're well set up for it, and the growth part is a lot of what I've been noticing. It's where it makes sense to people. Maybe they just haven't been curious enough, or it's intimidating, just like, where do I start? But there's a general readiness in the space for it. Miriam, so you are also no stranger to WordPress. You've seen and experienced a lot. For those who don't know, can you give us a little bit of your background and what you're doing now?
Sure. So I started working with WordPress about 15, 16 years ago when I founded a WordPress development agency. based in Israel. We worked with leading Israeli tech companies and large organizations building custom implementations for them on WordPress. Through the years, I came to be familiar with all of the benefits and some of the disadvantages of working with WordPress, particularly around performance, scaling, and security, and tried to look for solutions for that, and in the end came to the conclusion that publishing WordPress sites in a static format would solve all of that, and I founded a company called Stratic. Worked on that for quite a few years, and it was acquired a year ago by Elementor. So now I'm at Elementor, and I have a relatively new position there as head of WordPress relations. So in my agency and at Stratic and now at Elementor, I've had different types of experience and interactions around partnerships.
And one of the things I love too is you've also seen a gamut, having both been on the hosting side of things, and Elementor is a massive plugin in the space with its own really ecosystem around it as well. So you get this, you've had a very rich, sort of diverse range of experiences on that front.
Yeah, depending on where you are at within our ecosystem, within WordPress, partnerships might look a little differently to you, whether there's many agencies here who are working on partnerships as well, or if you're a product company or hosting company, or a company like Elementor where there's a plugin and there's hosting and there's Stratic now. And like you said, Elementor is very interesting because it has a very large ecosystem around it. Wow, I can't remember the number of plugins. I think there might be something like 1,000 extensions.
No, just focused on that.
Yeah, built just for Elementor, which is crazy. And some of those extensions and plugins are generating serious revenue. So it's like a mini ecosystem in and of itself.
And I think it's worth saying too, and well, just to plant the seed broadly, that partnerships is a very encompassing term that can mean a lot of different things, right? Like that's part of what you're alluding to there is like the way that Elementor would do it might be different than what a hosting company would do versus a small agency. Like partnerships is relevant, and just the seed I want to plant with you broadly is don't just assume what it means. Like for some people, a partnership is, oh, we're going to have an affiliate arrangement. And generally, versus all the way to like a very deep integration, and one of the examples is paperwork being signed or not? That's one of the turning points where, at least in general, I find it's, okay, now it's more serious.
Right. I think what you were saying about WordPress, like the nature of our ecosystem being one that kind of just develops partnerships in and of itself. So I think Elementor is a good example of that because Elementor was developed to be extensible.
Yes.
Right? And actually, I was just talking to someone who used to extend plugins and was working with Elementor, and he was so thrilled with Elementor's documentation as a developer. So from the beginning, if you're building a product and you build it so that others can build on top of it and around it,
yes,
then you're already creating a form of partnerships by actually just almost not doing anything.
Yep,
so
you're
I think
facilitating
that's what we see.
that.
Yeah.
So James, you've had quite the background in WordPress as well, and you've had an especially special way of seeing like the partnership side of the ecosystem grow. Please tell us a little bit about when WordPress came into the radar for you, what that looked like, and then what you're doing today.
Yeah, I have been in the WordPress space almost as long as Miriam, actually, about 14, 15 years. Started out running my own little agency. Did some product work for PageLine's theme back in the day, for those of you who may remember, one of the first page builders, building themes and plugins there, and then got hired on, actually, as their director of operations and doing community management. Before making the leap to Envato, where I was for a while as the author engagement lead. That was kind of my main role, working with all 60,000 of the independent creators in the Envato ecosystem, including many WordPress developers.
Now, we talked about this, so it's interesting too because of the timing, like partnerships as a concept hadn't really been formalized.
Right.
So it was author engagement?
Yeah, author engagement. So, I mean, if you think about, it's sort of like a mashup of partnerships and community engagement and community management.
Yep.
Because so much of what we do working with at scale with so many independent creators is community, right? Just like in WordPress. And so you're navigating a lot of the challenges and opportunities that come along with that. I also worked at Gravity Forms, which is a plugin many people may know in the space, and most recently was at Stellar WP.
And what are you doing now? Give us some context.
What am I doing now? Now I, in the last 18, 20 weeks, have been going full steam into Team WP, which is a team and culture platform for WordPress companies.
James, one of the things I loved about the work you did with Envato early on is like you're very much getting into, and this is general about partnerships, is it's work that really affects people's livelihoods. When it goes well, it's fantastic. When it doesn't, Like a strong partnership can make all the difference in a business. And it's one of the things we can sometimes just say, oh, it's business. But partnerships is also very much about the relationships and like how well people fit together. There's a cultural aspect to it as well. So you guys, we have a lot of perspective that we can draw from here. What I want to start with is talk a bit about partnerships as a concept. And the first question, I'll start with you, Rosalind, is when you think about partnerships, for those who, so first I agree that it's a general way that we kind of do things in WordPress, but now for purposes of this discussion, I'm talking about more formal, especially on the commercial and the business side of things. We're growing together in a partnership. So that's the context for it. From your perspective, what are some of the benefits and trade-offs that folks should be aware of when they're thinking about partnerships?
I think it's always so broad.
Yes.
And this is kind of because it depends how you've designed your partnerships,
yes,
or kind of what you're wanting to get out of it. I always see partnerships as being a balance. To me, I don't really put affiliates into a partnership concept in my mind, because to me that's often a lot more one way.
Yeah, can you just touch on that for a moment, because I think that's an important concept. People, a lot of times I've heard multiple people, oh, I have affiliates. And it's what's that, the one way versus two way?
And the way that I see it is that the definition of partnership means that there has to be benefit going both directions.
Yes.
And kind of similar benefit going back and forth between both sides. So affiliate is a lot of the time is kind of based, I see it as being a little bit more of a one-way benefit in a way that is then compensated.
Yes.
And that's a bit of a transaction that there's something going one way and we're paying for it in the other direction, but it's almost more like a sale.
Yes.
And less like I am trading with you and I'm giving something and it's coming back, but together we're growing more than what we would if we were individually selling those things to different people or something. It's a bit harder to, but it's a bit of the 1 + 1 is more than 2 kind of concept.
So one of the clear benefits, if it's two ways, that you're growing together, your interests are aligned. What's a trade-off? What's a downside of that level of you're both working closely together?
I think the tricky thing that you have to be aware of when you are building partnerships is how you manage the competition behind that. Because naturally what ends up happening as you start building partnerships is it becomes a question of, well, what you're doing is you're making something more together than you would individually, but now it means that you're growing differently to how you are to the rest of the ecosystem. And particularly, I think when you're in a space of an ecosystem, you're now starting to elevate particular people or particular partnerships within that space. You're making choices, And how do you make sure that you're still growing the broader ecosystem as part of that? And how do you balance that competition that happens between the different partners that you have? And keep that balance in a way that you don't end up, because in my mind as well, you can get exclusive partnerships. They're not the ones that I tend to prefer, because I think they often remove people out of the ecosystem more than they actually encourage them.
This is a key point. This is something that for folks who are new to it, I've noticed this a lot, where they'll gravitate towards exclusive. And it makes sense at first blush, why someone would ask for that. But in general, it's at least in my experience, it is more of a short term. It's maybe a short-term win, but you're missing out in the long run.
Yes, and I associate that to the concept of growing the pie. You want to together be growing the pie as well as each other's business.
Yes.
And the growing the pie piece is very difficult to do in an exclusive arrangement, because
I like that.
Invariably, the world changes. Systems, what you need out of it, you almost become a bit too comfortable in an exclusive environment, because there isn't it's a little bit like what you would expect. You're going to get the worst coffee at an airport because you've got no other choice. Exactly. And I think I put exclusivity into a bit of a similar thing. So I think there are times when it can work, but I think it's a tricky piece of it. And a lot of the time for me, it's more about how you find that balance and how you build partnerships in a way that shows and creates value that is beneficial to both sides of that partnership, as well as the users or merchants or whoever that you're actually doing that partnership for. There's always a third party, and I think taking that third party into account, you're generally partnering to build value between two companies, but for the benefit of a broader
yes.
community. So there's always that third element that you have to take into account.
That's a key point, because sometimes people talk about partnerships, but if you lose focus on the mutual customer,
yeah.
then it's like, oh, we have a partnership, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Miriam, so from your perspective, it's a similar question. Like, you have a lot of experience in partnerships. You've seen it from multiple lenses now, on the hosting side and on the plugin side of things. And what are some of the benefits and trade-offs especially that stand out to you?
Well, like you mentioned, the benefit really is 1 + 1 = more than 2.
It's an exponential,
Yeah, and I think that's one of the wonderful things about being in business in general and in WordPress specifically, which is that instead of everyone just doing their own thing and staying in their own lane, if we each bring our value to each other's customers, then everyone wins, and including the customer, right? Because, like, for example, with Elementor, Elementor's market share is relatively large.
Yeah.
And so what happens is a lot of other products in the ecosystem will see that a large percentage of their users are using Elementor. So how can we make sure that these users are getting the best possible experience? We can all pretend that, like, you're doing your thing and we're doing our thing and there's no overlap, or we can look at it and say, okay, our mutual users are gaining value from you, value from us. Now, how can we collaborate, or at the very least communicate around that reality and make sure that we're bringing the best possible experience?
Yes, I like that. James, you've had this, like, one of the reasons why you focus on the culture side of things now is that you've been a part of that at multiple steps in the different organizations that you've been in, both being acquired. Like, there's all these cultural things that often don't get talked about so much that have an impact. I'm curious, from a partnerships perspective, what are some of the benefits that you've noticed, like, when it comes to the culture of a company? When you're doing, like, so company A has a certain way of doing things. So commercially, they agree that this is we're going to work well together. And like Rosalind was saying, it's going to be a two-way. We're really going to work. But maybe they're very different cultures.
I think one of the interesting things about this space is anybody can start.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Anybody can create a company. Anyone can create a product. And because of that, you get the opportunity to see different perspectives on ways of working and, like, how you approach problem solving, how you approach the user story or the customer experience, right? And so one of the great opportunities of partnerships is the opportunity to be exposed to different ways of working. And so a great example, actually, I can tell is a story of Envato and Elementor. So very early on, I say early on, it was a few years ago now, maybe not so early, but like Elementor had been working toward this thing called template kits, right? This idea of a library of templates that you can do, and obviously Envato has this huge community of authors that are designers and creating demos and doing all of that kind of thing. And one of the things that was really neat for me being in that story was watching the way that the Elementor crew would craft an agenda for our meetings together, and being really clear about the outcomes of the meetings and disciplined around what we were going to talk about, and watching that culture come through. I don't know if that's an Israeli thing or if it was just the discipline.
There's a Hebrew word for that. It's tachlis.
Okay.
Tachlis means let's get to the point.
Yeah.
I heard someone laugh, so they've heard the word. Yeah.
So for me, you know, I was in an Australian company, and it's a little bit more casual, right? And things, we feel each other out a lot more, and so there's that sort of like cultural dynamic as well. It was really interesting getting into these conversations and being able to go, oh, I like that. Like, I like that way of doing things because we get right to the point, we get into it. So yes, that's from a cultural point of view, that's kind of fun to be exposed to.
Are there any trade-offs that stand out?
I think, like, as far as partnerships go, the trade-off obviously is that they take longer.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you are going in expecting things to happen, in partnerships, you have to remember that the partnership is always secondary to the primary thing that's happening. So
I want to touch on it from a slightly different perspective.
Sure.
So with WordPress, at least for me, one of the big benefits is that you have all this, like, people from very different backgrounds and perspectives and contexts coming together. WordCamps, to me, are a beautiful example of that. So in partnerships, I think it's quite natural because of our ecosystem for people to say, oh, we should do business together, and that's a logical conclusion, yet they're coming from a very, like, different context or different set of, like, different culture, so from my perspective, I see the benefits of that, right? Because we serve a global audience. I think the more intermixed you can be, the better. But what are there any trade-offs that stand out to you from a culture perspective where it's like company A is very much this way and B that way?
I think being clear on what the value of the partnership is going to be. I mean, for a lot of people, it's revenue, right?
Yep.
Like ROI. What is this going to lead me to? And partnerships are a long game.
Yes.
Right? And so if you get into it for a short-term thing, I think sometimes that can work, and sometimes there are short-term goals, right, that you can assign to it, but they really are about the long-term value that you're going to get out of it. So if you have misalignment around what the ROI is going to be, that's something that you really have to get clarity on right away.
I think that's a good transition to the next. So Rosalind, from your perspective, what are some of the things that you look for? It's almost like, what are some of the positive indicators of a partnership? So you just mentioned like the values alignment, or you want similar things, but from your perspective, what do you look for?
I think the starting point often is just shared customers.
Yep.
Because of what I was speaking about, like ultimately you're really designing a partnership to create benefit for both the companies, but mostly for the end users who are actually going to benefit from that. I think at the same time, that's not enough.
Okay.
And just having shared customers doesn't necessarily mean that there's a way to actually create value beyond just having shared customers. So I think for me, it's a lot of the time it's understanding shared goals as well between companies.
What's an example of a shared goal? Like you've got a shared customer, but
I think a lot of the time, so I've worked mostly in product partnerships, which is quite a specific field within partnerships, and a lot of the time it is about finding shared incentives that mean that you build a better product together, which ultimately benefits the end customer at the end of the day. So I think that is where things can really sort of spearhead we're making more than two from the 1+1. So is there opportunity available to be able to create deeper integration that we wouldn't be able to invest the resources in unless there was a way that we were going to accelerate revenue growth by doing this? And it is a long-term goal. There is a lot to that. But so I think the kind of product integration layers are a key part of that. I think there's also looking for how a partnership would benefit how you communicate the ecosystem to your customers. So a lot of what we do at WooCommerce as well is using sort of feedback of products that customers are already using, and how do we elevate those, and how do we position those in a way that customers are finding them better. I think it's a bit of a layering approach, and you have to find that first key thing, and then you kind of growth by finding, and I think often the first things for me are shared customers and then the product, and then you start looking at the additional layers of how you can grow within the company further.
One of the things I found useful, so I agree wholeheartedly, it's shared customers, this sort of shared problem set, this thing that you're doing for them. And then I find that those who do well tend to focus on like some first wins, like, okay, well, how do we get started? And like, because it's easy to get lost into the details sometimes, or overly focused on the commercials, which are important, but like, how do we actually prove that we're creating value together for the end customers? Miriam, I'm curious from your perspective, what are some of the things, and so you've had multiple vantage points over the years of what you've looked for, but in general, what do you look for in a partnership? Are there anything that you'd add, or things you think of differently?
So what you were just mentioning about easy first wins is something that I very much believe in, because setting up a full-fledged partnership can sometimes be quite complicated. Like both sides can understand and be aware that there's a lot of opportunity there, and that there's shared customers, and just like they can bring more value, etc. But sometimes just getting things moving can be complicated, and it can even be an issue of internal resources. Right? Building a partnership takes a lot of time, often around different aspects of it, like the planning, the strategy, and the bureaucracy. So, sorry, I roll my eyes at bureaucracy. Against that bureaucracy.
What's wrong with bureaucracy? Where you can have a mutual win. So you're looking for a couple of things. First, shared customers. I think that's going to... I've seen people like, oh, we want to do a partner with so-and-so. Like, well, you don't really have much in common. They're focused on the small business. They're focused on enterprise. You're almost... I've talked to folks who've like said, oh yeah, we tried a partnership, and you ask a couple of questions, like, well, that was very different audiences. So finding shared customers, finding this aligned interest in a problem set that you can solve, and finding things that you can, like a good starting point. It's like you may have a great long-term idea about how closely you can integrate, but starting with something just to get the ball rolling. James, so from your perspective, like, and especially with kind of what you've seen over the years, how do you measure the success of a partnership?
Oh, give me the data question. Great. I think, so to start, if you're going for quick wins, that's probably the first place to get your first data set, right? Yeah. So if you don't have any data on a partnership and you're not sure how much investment you want to pour into the partnership, those quick wins, those easy sort of things that don't involve a lot of bureaucracy or overhead or team alignment can be a really good way to sort of prove the value or prove the business case for why you might want to take the next step for it. I'm a big believer in hypothesis-driven design and development. So start from a hypothesis. We think that by doing this partnership together, we are going to see maybe an X% number of visits come to that, or a number of conversions. And you don't have to set it big, but just see if you can prove your hypothesis, and then go from there. Okay, we proved it. What's next? What's next from there? So that's a great way to start getting data, and then move beyond that into the bigger ROI, which I think is around the effort scaling. Okay. Right? So, from my experience, one of the things that often happens is we're already doing our thing. We've already got our campaigns going, our marketing, our activities, our products, and we've got these problems that we're trying to solve for our customers. And when somebody comes alongside us and says, hey, we can solve that problem or an ongoing problem faster than you can, right, and still enhance that, that helps sell my product anyway.
Yes.
Right? So it actually increases, as Rosalind was saying, that ecosystem view of like, no, just by having other players, other partners in sharing what we're doing together and serving that customer together, increases the value for both. And then that relationship can get stronger and stronger over time as you start to see those synergies, I use the word, come together. Sorry.
It's a great word. I don't know what the problem is. So,
someone had to say it.
Rosalind, so from your perspective, so WooCommerce has quite a mature partnership program, lots of experience. Like there's a strong background doing partnerships. So a lot of folks are going to focus initially on how to get started. We've talked a bit about that. What are some of the things from your experience that stand out in terms of because a good partnership is going to be long term, right? It's going to go for a long time. So what are some of the things that you think about beyond the initial start? Maybe like year after the first year and beyond. What are some of the things the way that you think about long term?
I think that often has to come down to seeing things from both perspectives. Okay. So a lot of the time how I approach kind of growth conversations and a lot of the time it's just about, let's have a discussion, and this is where the relationships side of partnerships comes in really, is understanding, and kind of what I was speaking about before, understanding what our shared goals are. Yeah. Like everything's evolving in the economy all the time. So being able to reevaluate and go, okay, well, have our goals changed? Have our customers changed? Which things have changed from the basis of what we started from? And then how do we look at those again? I think a bit of an analogy, but I do some handstand training, and I kind of see it as a little bit of you're constantly tweaking, you have to find your foundation, and a lot of the time that foundation is pretty solid and actually remains consistent the whole way through the partnership. So yes. The basic fundamentals of where you're generating revenue, what the actual foundation of that partnership agreement is pretty consistent. Yep. And that's around finding your shared customers and making sure that you have aligned incentives. Yes. And then beyond that, the way that I approach this and what I was saying is if you are trying to understand what you would want to do next with a partnership, seeing it from the other person's perspective and going, what would be a win for them? Mm. And then looking at it from the other side and going, okay, if that's the win for them and understanding what that is, what are things that I could do on my side that are not a huge cost, or things that I'm doing already that would benefit that goal? But you kind of have to put the other person's hat on to go,
Yes.
because they don't know what you have to offer, you don't know what they have to offer, but you sort of have to play both sides to be able to figure out how you find growth within that.
I think this is especially relevant in like roadmap discussions, where, okay, you have a current state, you have something that's working, but you're both going to grow. And I like that this is part of why having that strong foundation of aligned interest matters, because if it's loose and like you're focused on one audience and they're focused on another, then odds are you're going to become even more separated. Whereas if you have that same shared interest, yeah, so Miriam, what about from your perspective? When you think of past that initial stage of a partnership, so you have the quick wins, if you think about long-term success, what are some of the things that you look at as like indicators that this is going to work well for the long term?
Well, it really is about making sure that each side feels like they're winning. Not just feels.
Yes.
Sometimes it is about feeling.
Sometimes
actually.
it is.
Like in everything. But is actually winning.
Yeah.
And it is important to keep your partner in mind all the time and make sure that you understand what it is that they want to achieve. And also really to focus on what it is that you want to achieve and be clear about that. And then keeping an eye on it. Is it working for us? Is it not? What can we improve? Or is it really just not meant to be? And, parting ways is hopefully as friends, which it should be as friends, because it was like an attempt to make each other more successful. And if it didn't work, it's not necessarily anyone's fault.
I want to touch on that for a moment, because I think a lot of folks, at least, and maybe it's just because we're still learning how to do this, it's like you set something up, but people tend to not like ask questions or so like have a frank, it's like, oh, we created a partnership, especially if you're public about it. But in your experience, Miriam, like when something's not working, how do you think about that?
Yeah, so actually, in some cases, I said that it's not necessarily anyone's fault. Sometimes what happens is the expectations aren't aligned.
Yes.
And the expected effort from both sides is not just communicated properly. And so, they'll set out on a journey together with expectations that each will do X, but actually that's not what they all each understand. So communication is really important. Something else that can be tricky is if one of the players is a much stronger company than the other, and
more
I mean stronger, maybe just more experience, larger, more resources.
Maybe a marketing team versus not having one. Yeah.
And what can sometimes happen there is not what you would expect. What you would think is that because they're larger, they can put more resources towards it. But because they're larger, they might be working on many, have their fingers in many pies or whatever. I don't feel like that. I don't know what the saying is. Fingers in many somethings. Is it pies? Everyone wants to have fingers in pies. Yeah, it's all about pies. So blueberry. Anyways, so. So a large organization might not put in the effort that the smaller organization thought that they could or would because they're big. Just because someone's big doesn't mean that that's how it's going to be.
Yep.
And so it's really important that if you're the smaller player to really, really make sure that you are demanding in some way that both parties are putting in some kind of equal effort. Having said that, sorry, just one more thing. Sometimes working with a larger entity that's putting in less effort still has a ton of value for a smaller company because they've aligned themselves with the brand of the larger company. And so in that way, but at least in that way, the expectations are aligned.
Yes.
I'm aligning myself with you. Now my brand is part of seen with your bigger brand, and just that on its own practically gives me value. So anyways, communication, expectations.
James, so I want to talk a bit more about this, when things aren't working. I like to focus on the positive, but I think by asking good questions and by anticipating how you deal with that. So in your experience at Envato, you were sometimes in the position of having to communicate disappointments. And
sometimes.
So what are some of the ways that anything besides some perhaps scar tissue, anything that stands out from that experience of when things aren't working, how do you deal with it? How should people think about it?
I think the first thing in anything is just remember you're talking to humans. You're not talking to machines. And so there are feelings involved, no matter, we can say it's just business, but it is just people. And that to me, I think, is the number one thing to remember. And, Rosalind said relationships, Miriam has said relationships, it's all relationships. Our community is too small to let failures in these experiences get in the way of good, healthy relationships. So, sorry, I'll get that rant out of the way. But failure, I wouldn't say failure, or I would say like learning opportunities is maybe a better term to describe that.
Let me put it a specific example. Is like, especially as a larger company.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
You look at it like a policy change, for instance.
Yeah.
You look at like, okay, we need to make an adjustment. Maybe you started out, you have like 10 partnerships, and then you take a step back. WooCommerce is an element, like all, as a larger company, you look at this and say, okay, we need to make a change.
Yeah.
And that change, it could have a negative effect on a smaller partner.
Yeah, so we dealt with that a lot at Envato, and one of the things you just have to do is, first of all, be direct about it. Like, don't beat around the bush. One of the challenges we had at Envato is your communications are often scaled.
Yes.
So when we would make a policy decision, we weren't impacting 1 and 2, we were impacting tens of thousands. And so, and not just tens of thousands, but those might be the individual authors, but there's the employees of those author teams, there's their families that, and so it's very easy for emotion to get involved in that. So you need to be direct, right? You need to be clear about what the change is, you need to be clear about the why, but you also have to keep your eye on the North Star. What are you working toward? And if ultimately the reason for the policy change is the overall health and growth of the entire ecosystem or the entire experience or the customer experience, you as the primary of that partnership, I guess, have to just own that and be okay with the flack. And you're going to deal with it, right?
Yep.
We deal with it in WordPress all the time, right? Our livelihood comes out of this, and when our pull request doesn't get accepted for something in a new version release that's really going to impact our business, we get emotional. So it's very similar. Yeah.
Rosalind, from your perspective, for folks who are starting out, let's take an example of a product company. If they're new to partnerships, and I think especially for folks here, there is probably already this general sense of the value of collaboration and working together on things. But let's say they want to say, okay, we want to grow. We want to do something more formal. We want to find our way to align interests. Where would you suggest someone start? How should they think about it? Where should they focus their initial efforts if they're brand new?
It's very hard to get that specific. I sort of feel like a lot of the time it's just about being curious about the initial conversation and acknowledging that not everything needs to be a yes. I think part of what I've experienced a little bit with people that are trying to like enter into a partnership discussion is a little bit of that of, well, we have shared customers, so it must work. Like there must be something there, and you sort of I think partnerships when they work are quite obvious, actually. Like they don't require a huge amount of digging. You shouldn't need to try that hard. If you're having to set up new things and set up new structures and try that hard, you probably just have not found the right one. And I think you want to start with something small. I would say you probably want to start with companies of a similar size.
That's a good point.
And you want to start in a space where you are already winning. And I think this is also part of what I've seen go wrong is partnerships are not a good way for you to enter a market.
Okay, this is an important point because,
and it is because in order for you to benefit each other, you both need to be bringing a certain value within that same concept at the same time. So you can't be the launch partner for something. That's more of an affiliate kind of style thing, where actually what you're looking for is inbound people coming towards you to start a new section. So I think it's something that you're already winning in, that somebody else is already winning in to the similar degree, and then you can start branching out to potentially working with bigger companies or bigger whatever.
I think that's a great point. So for like products, let's take small products, maybe some small plugins. What I'm hearing you say is that they might start by saying, okay, let's work with others of similar size, of similar complement, and be able to introduce each other to each other's customers. Like we can sort of work together that way and gain some experience and increase the degree to which they're winning.
Yes. And sort of if I'm winning in, I'm doing really well, we're both doing really well in the European market, and you're tackling point of sale and the other person's tackling payments or something. So like you're working with the same customers, you're working within the same product line, but you're both winning within each of those areas, and you can support each other to make a better product for the customer. And I think getting too complicated and trying to dig too deep to find exactly how you're going to find new customers is too hard to start.
And I want to anchor that point too. It's like it needs to be a two-way thing. So sometimes it's like folks will rightly see partnerships as a great growth opportunity, because it is. You have to make sure that you've done some initial work, that you've done the work that you are winning to an appropriate degree, where you're saying you're proving that you have value versus just seeing someone with an audience already and saying, "Hey, can I tap into that?" without having something to bring.
You have to bring. You have to do work.
Yes.
As part of that partnership, and I think that's the point of it. It's a two-way street on both sides.
Yeah.
You have to bring value, but you also have to actually do work. It can't be a one-way street. Yeah.
Miriam, what about you? For someone who's new, they like this idea of partnerships, they want to get started. Where do you recommend they think? Where should they focus?
I guess one way to start is to analyze their own data and just their own interactions with their customers or clients, and understand what other products they're using.
Yep.
So yeah, look at that, and
look at support is a great way to do that.
Support.
Like what shows up most often?
Yeah, those types of questions and interactions, and just start to look at that. If it's a product that can bring more value to your customer's current setup with you, that's a great win potentially.
Yep.
Something that you're not doing. In my experience, when it's something that doesn't overlap at all with what we are doing, whatever we is, and I'm talking about in the previous everything. And then it's also much more comfortable. So in the WordPress space, there is the ability and the opportunity to partner with competing companies.
Yeah.
And it happens all the time. It's just more complicated, and it demands a certain level of expertise to make it work in a way that everyone is comfortable with it. While retaining their own brands and protections and this and that and clients, customers, it's a whole thing. So if you can start with something that has no overlap in any way, then I think that also can be an easier way to get started.
Cool. James, what about from your perspective? For someone brand new, where should they start?
Start by getting to know people. I think is good. Building relationships and adding value without expecting anything in return.
But James, what if I have to make money?
Don't start with money. Don't start with money. If you're fresh, don't do that. Because that's not what you need, actually. Well, let me step back from that. We all need money, I get that. We all want revenue. But when you're getting started, the most important thing that you can get is audience and credibility. And in WordPress, relationships are the way to grow audience and credibility. So finding those people that are complementary to you, that are maybe at the same size as you, or in the same kind of like vein as you, is good. Learn from them, figure out what the problem space is like, and then finding ways to be able to solve the problem together is good. I like what Miriam said about not being, like doing the same thing first. Like you might go to their party, but it's probably not a good idea to do something necessarily with them. That might be a little bit rough to start, but like there are complementary things that you can do that can support it. So that's where I would start.
Excellent. And from my perspective, what I would just add, one of the themes that stands out, just the importance of continuing to be curious. One thing in listening to you guys that stands out to me, I like your point about it shouldn't be complicated, it's being simple. And I've talked to quite a few folks where there are partnership opportunities that are actually really obvious, and they're like looking in harder places. And I like the idea of seeing what your customers are already doing, because if you're like, your customers can often tell you, and then all that you're really doing is starting a relationship. You say, oh, this plugin shows up a lot with my customers. How about we go talk to them? And then at that point, like you were saying, it begins, okay, maybe we can find ways that we can integrate to provide more value in that context. Last but not least, from my perspective, I just want to encourage you guys to try things, right? Like be curious, start with small things, and between now and the next WordCamp, then you can tell us about some of the things you've worked on. Thank you each for your time. Appreciate it very much, and
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of our WordCamp.
Thank you.
Before you guys race off, I think if anybody has just a quick question, we can squeeze in one or two. There's microphones on both sides. I will stall by saying thank you with these. Yeah, if anyone wants to jump up to that mic. If not, then...
Yeah, if we have time, we can take a couple
why
questions.
not? Just like one or two? Yeah.
Sure. We can take one or two questions
Are
if you guys
there?
have anything.
Yeah, all right. I don't know. Guess not.
I think we were at the time, right?
Yeah, it's okay. But it's
yes.
okay.
If you guys have questions afterwards, you can try to catch these fine folks.
Oh, there's one? All right.
We'll take one.
Who is WooCommerce currently partnered with?
You have lots of partners.
If you go look at our marketplace, a lot of those people, so we partner in various categories: payments, marketing, shipping, tax, sort of the core products that are not part of core of the core product of WooCommerce. I guess acknowledge and realize that we can't solve all the problems and we don't intend to. So the core product solves the basics of what you need in order to run a store, but there are a huge around nuances needed, country-specific solutions. So a lot of those solutions are partners in various different forms. But yeah, our marketplace and kind of all of the products that are available in there is a good source to understand kind of like where we look for partners. It would be in that.
And one of the benefits of being at WordCamp, there's a great WooCommerce booth, so you can go and check it out and ask them. Yeah, so cool. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, let's give one more round of applause for our wonderful panel. Thank you. And while you guys are all walking out, it's okay, feel free to. But if you want to stay for another awesome panel, we will keep this party going. But I will just make some announcements as you guys are walking or staying. There is another WP Connect session at 4. So in like 12 minutes on the Trianti balcony. So the topic is actually going to be the 5 for the Future one. So how someone can be a sponsored contributor and how a company can donate to an employee to work on that WordPress project. So if you're interested, go to that balcony. If not, stay for the next panel. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. How you guys doing? I'm just kidding. Thank you. That always makes me feel good and feel like I can't say anything wrong now. Okay, so we have an awesome panel waiting for you guys to talk about some really interesting things. The panel is called Women and Non-Binary Folk of WordPress. So the panel brings together a diverse group of people for a very honest discussion about underrepresented folk in involvement in WordPress and this open source project. So the panelists will discuss their achievements, some struggles, and then give advice to those that are starting out and any questions that you guys have afterwards. We do have 2 microphones, one in each aisle. So we will do the panel for about 30 minutes. Fill out the room. If there's lots of questions, please stand up and ask. If not, we will give the floor back to them, and then they can continue with their discussion. So can I get a round of applause for Francesca? Yeah, Congolan. All right. We also have Anne on the panel, and Chaya, and Jessica. Yeah, get that. And we also have Rianne and Thelma. Have fun.
We already had a lot of fun, if you can tell. Thank you so much for being here with us today. So, just a little bit of an intro. WordCamp Europe is a big event that brings together people from all over the world. Underrepresentation and discrimination in tech have been an issue for a long time. And the WordPress community has always tried to bridge these gaps with different initiatives. Having a group of women and non-binary folks on stage in Athens is one of the many ways we have, as a community, to showcase our diversity. So, please give it up for Anne McCarthy, Product Wrangler at Automatic. A big woo-hoo for Chaya Osterbrook, so CEO of Ghost and entrepreneur. Massive round of applause for Jessica Lishik, front-end developer at Extendify. Cheers, lots of cheers for Rian Rietveld, web accessibility expert for Level and a trainer at Ali Collective. And finally, I want to see the pom-poms in the air for Thelma Butete, happiness engineer at Automatic. So pom-poms. Yes? Chaya asked me to do the introductions. She says that I do great introductions. I'm available for birthday, bar mitzvahs, and anything else.
And give a huge shout out to Francesca for hosting the panel.
Thank you. Thank you. I forgot to introduce myself. I thought the dance was enough to introduce myself. Thank you, Jessica. So we prepared a few questions, and we have talked in the last week. So we'll start with one topic that we all felt was quite important for our career, about mentorship. So I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of mentoring people, coaching them, and sponsoring them. So mentorship is one of the first actions you can do for underrepresented people in every group. And they prove to be quite effective for professional growth. So have you had any mentors in your career, and what role did they play? And have you been a mentor to others? Who wants to go first? Yes?
I had a mentor when I was an analyst. I studied chemistry, so in the laboratory. And what I learned from him is there are no stupid questions. And you have to keep asking until you actually know what you want to know. So if you're afraid to speak out because you don't understand anything, please say, okay, I don't understand it, tell me it, and keep asking. And that was very useful in my career.
Yeah.
I'm mentoring now Caitlin. I don't know if she's here. Yeah. Caitlin is the new accessibility expert at Level, and she's very bright. Yeah.
Then we shall invite her for our next panel. Who else want to say something about mentorship?
Yes, I had a mentor at the start of my career, and his advice was become a mentor. And I thought that was the best advice he could give me, because then I could look at it from a different perspective. So, and hopefully I'm a mentor to many of course, the Joost people or Newville people. And I think that at this, no, it's not a table, right? But in this half round, I think we are all mentors to each other, right?
Yes. Yes, we were.
My introduction to the WordPress community and to the WordPress space was through mentorship and sponsorship. And I think a key part of it for me was the right amount of stress. So there's like a concept of like eustress, which is good stress. And so I learned something in WordPress, and then he'd teach me something else. And it kind of just progressed from there. And now I feel like a lot of my mentorship is at a different scale. I've done one-on-one mentorship. But now it's about creating pathways for people to feel comfortable in reporting GitHub issues or trying something new out and giving feedback on what's being worked on in WordPress core.
Yeah, yeah. Jessica, Thelma, something to add?
From my experience, when I started working with WordPress, the people that helped me, I don't think they would even consider themselves as mentors. But when I look back, I see all the things that they did and how they helped me get into the space and get comfortable and start working on things, which eventually led to a number of things. So that was like my experience.
Yes.
Yeah, I can actually share this experience. Like, I never had a mentor that I defined as a mentor. Instead, I had many people like helping me out in some way and kind of mentoring me, but I never had someone I called a mentor.
Okay. And that's as a follow-up question. Would you be ready to be like officially a mentor for someone? Like being, like I'm going to be your mentor, and reach out to people and say, hey, I can help you. Do you feel you're at a point in your career where you...
I've never tried it actually, to like be a mentor, to have that mindset, but I think I will give it a try.
Yeah, that never hurts to try.
I do want to call out a mentorship program that's being worked on by Hari, who I don't know if he's here, but that's something that I was thinking about with that question, is that there's actually a program being started to help provide mentorship more formally in the WordPress project. So it would be amazing, I think, if you're looking at a panel of mentors, for me at least earlier in my career, to see someone like me as a part of the initial group of that. So I encourage all of us to maybe be a part of that effort.
Yes, please. Shall I move on to the next question? Do we want to add something to this topic? No? Let's go next. So, being part of an underrepresented group, have you struggled in your job or the WordPress community? Someone wants to go first? Go?
Someone else should go first.
I mean, to be candid, I think I'm perceived a certain way between my age, perceived gender, and just, needing to be friendly at all times, needing to be approachable at all times, needing to read paragraphs and paragraphs of text. And it's, yes, that is part of my job, but it is interesting whenever I'm talking to other coworkers, how they don't get those interactions. There are times whenever I think it's been difficult to navigate, and emojis don't cover up everything. So I've definitely had some moments where I've had to, say like, this is where the project's headed, this is what we're doing, and then I've noticed the reaction is a bit different. And it's something I'm mindful of. Like there are times whenever I'll ask a male colleague to share a message rather than myself, because I know it'll be perceived differently.
And we were talking also about the age, and I know that
Yeah.
we'll have more to say about the topic, but when we were preparing for this, you really brought up the age issue.
Yeah, whenever I got started in the WordPress project, I was very young. I was 21 when I joined Automatic, and my first WordCamp got bossed around a little bit, which was in 2014. A lot has changed since then. I didn't really know how to advocate for myself. So I definitely have experienced that. And I know we were talking about Rian. I don't know if you want to share something.
Yeah. I never was felt left out as a woman, but I feel left out as someone who is not young anymore. I'm a baby boomer, so within the WordPress community, I'm very, very old. I entered the WordPress community in my 50s, so I already was a bit older, but if you have an experience in web development in 20 years, you've seen everything. And then new developers come up with, oh, I have this new idea, and say, yeah. So, and then convincing them that, been there, done that, got a t-shirt, it doesn't work. And that's quite sometimes I think that is friction between young, eager people who really want to learn and address stuff, and then seeing, yeah, this is not going anywhere. So that's a bit what I'm struggling with, that when you're older, you're not taken seriously at that point. And I don't know the solution for that, but I think maybe it's just fact of life. I don't know.
Well, shout out to our blog, Grumpy Old Women Codes.
Yes.
Rian and I have a blog, Grumpy Old Women.
We have a blog, Grumpy Old Women. Yeah.
Codes.
We can be grumpy together, yes, very grumpy.
And it's just me and Rian reading it, basically. But when we have to vent about something, we go there.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think I had, I worked in several industries. And if I compare the WordPress ecosystem with, for example, corporate companies, and now, for example, is that I worked at a huge insurance company, really corporate orientated, of course, and there I had to struggle a bit more, of course. I belong to the minorities of the minorities. So that was, in that time, that was really difficult. But when I entered the WordPress ecosystem, that was a warm bath. I really want to point it out because I felt that it was really inclusive. Everyone was basically adopting my background, and there was not an issue. So there's also a positive story to share here.
Yeah, there is. Thelma.
My experience, I was introduced to community just after school, so the first industry that I experienced was WordPress related. I didn't know much about that, but also I experienced a lot of imposter syndrome when I started out. So as someone who's from a very small country in Zimbabwe, the community there is not that big, and WordPress was more European and West and American centralized. So you're going to this big world and the culture is different, but people were welcoming, you know. So it did, at the end, I did manage to go around this because of the people, some of the people that I met after a couple of times. But at first it was very difficult to put myself out there and say, I want to do that, because I didn't know how that would be perceived, you know?
Yeah.
That was the biggest struggle that I had.
Yeah, that happens. Jessica, do you want to add something? Did you have any struggle?
Of course, did I have struggles. So it's, yeah, I think it's, I would be surprised if there would be anyone with zero struggles at all, who is not male.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Someone had to say it. Thank you for saying it. This also reminds me that I said that I would do a round robin asking you your pronouns and where you're from, and I totally forgot about it because I was very, very concentrated on the choreography. Do we want to take a moment to ask everyone for their pronouns and where they're from? Because maybe, okay, sorry, let's go.
Seattle, Washington right now in the US, and she, they.
The Netherlands, Nijmegen, she, her.
Germany, she, her.
The Netherlands, I'm a female baby boomer.
Like I mentioned before, I'm from Zimbabwe, and she, her. She, her.
She, her. Italy, she, her. Okay. And Francesca, yes. Torino, Italy, but also Norwich, England. I wanted to stay a bit more on the struggles, but I also didn't want to sound like, oh, poor us. We just, you know, it has been so hard and we didn't achieve anything, because that's not true. Despite all these difficulties, and many more that we probably haven't mentioned here, we also had some pretty impressive achievements. So who wants to go first? Now it's the alphabetical.
Yeah, we've been debating this. We were supposed to answer every question alphabetically, and I was like, well, let's not.
Yeah, but this one is on you.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I think for me, it's recent, but the outreach program, the full sighting outreach program, I'm really proud of. I know it's been imperfect, and yeah. I think a lot of it is like a testament to people taking a risk and being willing to engage and experiment, and a first for the community. And I know it wasn't always met. Like I started it privately at first, and people were like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, that was bad. Okay, let me undo this." So I feel like I've learned along the way, and I hope it creates other outreach program efforts in the future.
Yes.
Yes, I was thinking, what am I going to highlight here? But I'm going to, of course, going to highlight the Pride event that we are hosting tonight. Are you going to be there? Woo-hoo. And I think it started out small a couple of years ago, and it was, I believe, done by Codable. We partnered up, and now we have this amazing waiting list. So if you aren't there tonight, that's sad for you, but be there next year.
Yes.
I would say two of my biggest achievements so far have been being part of the 5.6 release as a default theme wrangler.
Whoop, whoop.
And also being the lead organizer for WordCamp Osnabrück in 2019, which was a 250-person WordCamp happening in Germany. And I'm going to repeat both of these achievements again this year.
Oh, wow. Woo. You hear it here first.
My achievement is, I think, together with the accessibility team, we got accessibility on the map in WordPress.
Yes.
And my 15 minutes of fame when I quit the accessibility team because I didn't agree with the way it was going. So I'm famous for quitting my job.
This is kind of a difficult one, but I think if I look at the things that I've done, I would say my biggest achievement was being part of the woman-led release 5.6.
Are you going to be part also of 6.4? I haven't dragged you into it. You can come willingly, you know. We're a friendly bunch. This question about the achievement, and we were discussing this just before we came on stage, and it's a hard one. I don't know why. underrepresented groups of people have such a hard time boosting their achievements. And I see this over and over, and I've seen this over and over in my life. And I'm exactly like that, you know, I'm like, And then it's like, no, you led the 3 releases of WordPress. It's like, yeah, but you know, it's a group of people, it's a well-oiled machine, we do it as a group, you know, it's like, oh, you're a director at your company. Yes, but we're 4 directors, it's not just me. So, you know, I see this happening quite a lot in underrepresented groups. I don't know if you have this feeling also with your friends, you know, colleagues, if you see, there is this famous article by our Harvard Business Review, which is at this point like 20 years old, that says that women and in general minorities apply for a job only if they tick 100% of the check boxes. And white men will be like, do I fit 2 of them? Sure, I'm gonna send my CV. So, you know, and then that's how you don't get a lot of women in executive roles, because we don't apply for them unless we feel that we are the best, most qualified person to apply for that job. So, you know, if anyone in the audience also is downplaying their successes, find yourself a cheerleader that, you know, when you're like, oh no, I didn't do anything, they will tell you, no, but you did that. And do you remember that time you did that? And do you remember that time you did that? And then you say, oh yes, I did. And that's healthy. It's not, you know, it's not being showing off. It's really claiming what it's yours already. So that's important. Moving on to another topic, where is our timekeeper? How much time do we have? We're good? Okay. No, because we prepared for this panel and we're like, it's going to take us 4 hours to talk about everything we want to talk about. So, you know, I want to make sure that we have the time to go over everything. So, this is a very hot topic, I would say, in terms of that it's very current. We know that representation on stage is essential to showcase diverse voices. Do you think that underrepresented groups of people like women, non-binary folks, and minorities are reluctant to speak at events?
I'll say personally, I would not be on the stage or would speak at a WordCamp if it wasn't for COVID, weirdly, because it actually made me way more comfortable to be able to record a talk and give it. So I gave like a keynote talk at a WordCamp, and I would never do that otherwise. And I think having a lot of that is because of, I think, just the perception and the fear and what questions am I going to get asked and just all that, because a lot of times I was talking about the site editor very early on, and it's hard to share nuance in 10 seconds. And honestly, having the recorded format and getting some practice underneath me, I think has allowed me to feel comfortable even doing this, which is something I feel like I should be able to talk about without fear, right? So it is like I do think that is still in people's heads, for sure.
Yeah. I also think it relates to what you said. Women want to be perfect and then perform. You don't have to. You just, you have to say, okay, I'm the expert here, I'm going to tell you. And you don't have to see the audience as hostile.
Yes.
The audience wants you to do well. And this sounds very Zen-like, but feel the warmth of the audience. Because the audience wants you to do well and wants you to listen to you. So don't be afraid if your talk isn't perfect. My English isn't perfect, and sometimes I mess up talks and people still get the message. So don't strive for perfect, just do it and practice it. And you will very, very nervous at the beginning. And I'm still very nervous. But when you start and you prepare very well, it will just go right. So try it. And don't want to be perfect. Try it and get passionate about a message you want to get through and focus on the message you want to tell, you want to learn the audience something. and they come to listen to you because they want to learn. So I think really you do yourself short if you, what you know, if you keep that for yourself. You share what you know. And that will get you further in life.
Yeah.
So I have this amazing team around me, and also I sometimes struggle. Should I apply for something? Should I be on stage? But my awesome team pointed out that, and I think that's a really awesome advice, like do it with anxiety. Just do it, try that.
Yeah.
And then let's see what happens. And then it is... You'll live. Yeah, you survive probably.
I will say there's a cost. Like my mental health, I literally will not sleep the night before. Like I'm not, it's not, even when I record the presentation, having to watch myself, I thought my heart was just gonna jump out. So I think there is a cost to it, and I think, you know, we can all be supportive audiences, and I agree with you. Like I wish I could get that out of my head. But yeah, there's a very real, like my anxiety will stay for days. I get that. Yeah.
Maybe if I can add a personal story to this. So when I had my first talk at a WordCamp, I did not do, my topic was introversion. So it was not a technical talk because I was too afraid of giving a technical talk, of being like, getting like questions I could not answer for whatever reason or so. So I gave myself the permission to give a talk where I could, about a topic where I could feel confident of, where I had personal experience, and as you just said, where I had a message, because it was helpful for me to understand myself after I learned that I'm an introvert. So, and this is how it got me started, and like going past that anxiety to actually share my message, and then from there, slowly get into the more advanced talks.
Yeah. Thelma?
I think what I would say would just echo what everyone has said here. And maybe I'll share a bit of my experience, why myself, I don't try to speak at events.
Yes.
I have the worst stage fright in the world. I never used to do any presentation in school. I'll be like, I'll do everything else as long as you go in front, because I don't want to be part of that. And also organizing WordCamps and volunteering, I can do that, but I can't be a speaker. It's not something that I can do. So that's why I wouldn't want to give a talk, but I think sometimes there are people that are the biggest cheerleaders, and if we manage to have that in our community, people will be more comfortable to be doing that, even if they're going to butcher it. They'll be like, oh, well, people won't say anything bad or anything like that because they want me to learn. So if we have a space where people feel comfortable to learn and grow while they're doing everything, then maybe that could help.
Now, you don't have to start at WordCamp Europe.
But also...
you can start at your local meetup or for your colleagues. Like, and then start small and then practice and practice, and then you end up on the stage on WordCamp Europe.
I also want to say that you said yes without hesitation to this panel, so you know. Like, woo. Thank you. Like, you said yes without hesitation to this panel, so you know.
I was so excited to. I saw the heading and what we'll be talking about, like, yeah. But then I forgot that, you know.
See, you have a message, so go for the message, not for your anxiety.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a great story, Thelma, because you really said yes without hesitation. And I was like, I have stage fright. I'm like, okay, you realize we're going to do this on a stage. So, but I'm really thankful that you decided to, you know, overcome this. And I know that it's very expensive for your mental health. And this is also something that, so I feel the need to volunteer for everything and say yes to everything, because I'm like, I'm a woman, I'm a bit older, I was technical, I'm not so technical anymore, I'm an executive, so it's like I feel this urge and responsibility to be on stage. for younger generation on one hand, or for older women that feel that, you know, it's late for them to start something in their. I have a talk for WordCamps that it never gets picked, but it's like starting something new in your 50s. At one point, I'll manage to give this talk. But there is a cost attached to it. Like, you know, I came on stage dancing and being a fool. My heart was pounding, because it doesn't matter if I get on a stage with 10 people in front of me or 1,000 people. There is that moment before you go on stage, it's like, why am I doing this?
I do also want to just call out, I joined the project much after, I think, a lot of the people on this stage, and just say thank you for paving the way. And also, I am younger than you, and I really appreciate that you are paving the way for older people in WordPress, because I will one day hopefully be that. So thank you. Yeah.
And may I say, what we are saying doesn't apply to women alone.
Yes.
I think a lot of men have the same issues, like I'm afraid to go, I'm afraid to talk. So this is like a human thing, I think.
Yes. I think, yes, please. There was an applause starting. I think, and that's basically the reason why we're here, is that it's still this old HBR article that actually kind of set the tone for a lot of things. If a man has a stage fright and then he applies for an event, he has more chances to be picked than us. So the initial issue might be the same, but you know, I think that women and minorities and in general underrepresented groups of people don't always get to overcome that fear because they don't always get called on stage. So that's a big issue, I think. So we are at time. I'll take another 5 minutes just to finish. Do we have any questions? There are some questions? Just to gauge the audience, because if you don't have any questions, well, okay, there are a few questions, okay. So how can we encourage and achieve more diversity on stage? Chaya, do you want to go? I saw you reaching for the mic, so I assumed.
Is she's going to start?
Oh, yes, because we're going to go alphabetically.
Yeah, I think that I've been thinking a long time about this question. So, of course, I don't know if it's of course, I got asked a lot of times to be on a stage. And we covered this topic already. But what is actually the purpose of being on stage from a minority group? Like, are we just now being role models? Is that what is expected of us? I'm just wondering about that.
That's a question, then, yeah.
I remember there's a conference called Lesbians Who Tech, and one of the speakers said, we'll know when we've achieved success, when you can have like a mediocre lesbian in leadership. But I think about that a lot, because I think there is like, that's I think part of the pressure I feel is I'm like, oh, I gotta be perfect because I want other people to see that like we can do this. But yeah, rather than just thinking about speaking in general, I think in terms of other pathways, one of the things I really appreciate is across the project, people doing the same kind of work in different ways, and the more we can elevate that. So maybe you're really good at reviewing documentation, like let's elevate that. Maybe you're not just writing it, maybe you're reviewing it and you're excellent at spotting sorts of stuff. I need someone who does that for me. I can bust out a lot of content, but need a reviewer. And I think everyone on stage has done it in their own way. Yeah. And I think it's the more ways we can have people be successful, the more resilient the project is. The longer it'll last in the future, the more people we can have contributing, the more we can get the next generation and the generation above involved. My mom has macular degeneration, which is like partly losing your central vision. And so I think a lot about accessibility from that standpoint. And I would love to have her doing testing with that. We're all going to be there at some point. We're all temporarily abled. And so I think there's a lot of interesting things there in terms of thinking about the resilience of an open source project where we just need more and more people from different backgrounds to be successful.
Definitely. Jessica, I think you had something you wanted to say something about how to encourage and have more women, more diversity in general on stage?
Yeah, now you called me. Should.
Oh.
But I have notes.
That's why I asked you, because you told me that you had notes about it.
I was just following so concentrated, like your discussion. I was like, yeah, and then my memory just faded away. Here we are. So maybe, so there are initiatives out there who encourage women and non-binaries to get on stage and do that. And I think they're quite successful, and I think there's a lot of things going on there, but maybe we also need a discussion about the ugly things. Things of me forgetting what I wanted to say. The things of me not breathing enough and just talking, and then not being able to talk because I cannot get air. These things, it happened to me.
Yes.
So, and it's not it does not look very professional. And I think many people may be paralyzed by these things, that they fear this would happen to them and not do it because they're scared of what could potentially happen.
Yeah.
And maybe we need some more discussions of this, because I've never heard anyone talking about these stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I think that in the diverse speaker program, that the WordPress.org, if you go to WordPress.org, I want to say learn or training, or, well, you'll find it. Google is your friend. There's a diverse speaker program, and there is actually a section that addresses a little bit also the on-stage presence, which is very difficult to achieve. And yeah, that's something that I think it's in a lot of people's mind. And again, we go back to the fact that underrepresented people feel that we always have to be perfect before we do something. And I think it was John, did you tell, I think one time you told me sorry to put you on the spot, but you told me that there was this, you went to a PHP conference when there was this great developer that basically spent 20 minutes introducing himself. And this was like a PHP guru that, people came from all over the world to listen to him and learn stuff, and the guy just spent 20 minutes randomly. But the thing is that he gets away with it because he's a white man PHP guru. And when women do that, we don't get away as easily with that. That's the sad reality.
Can I quickly add too that another way that I think we could help is to have folks who are from more represented backgrounds to give up their seats.
Oh, yes.
And to pay attention to that stuff. It shouldn't just be on us. Yeah. Because it really is not fun to be that person or to get the last minute ask. When I'm like, you should have asked, you can ask.
Yes, and then I'm going to point the attention to my friend Aaron Jorbing here on the first row, that at some point you said, I'm not going to MC events anymore because I always get asked, and I think it's time people that look different than I am should do it. So give it up for Aaron Jorbing as well. Who is a true ally. Okay, last thing, quick round of what advice would you give to people starting out, underrepresented people starting out in the WordPress community or tech?
Yes. Yes, I did. So I was trying how many things can I fit into one thing. Okay, but I would say just do you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Find something you're passionate about and you want to tell about and prepare the hell out of it. So practice, practice, practice. I practice like a talk like a zillion times. I know my slides by heart. And I go stand and do my talk because I own the material. And if you do that, it will all be okay.
It depends on like how everyone's personality is. So either connect with people directly, like go up to them, tell them, hey, I love what you do, or find another topic like you can talk to about that person. I'm not that person. And the way I did it was by volunteering or like having a job to do. And this way I got to know more and more people over time, yes, which grew into my network that I have today. And this is another way you can do it.
Yeah.
I would say go do the thing no one wants to do and be great at it. Honestly, like build subject matter expertise on the stuff, yes, that people are avoiding until it's cool. I've noticed that time and time again, and honestly, for a while that was DEI work. Yes. No one wanted to touch it. And so you can kind of build some expertise and kind of grow from there. And you can also make a lot of mistakes because no one's looking.
Sure.
Can I add one more thing?
You can.
I think we all should accept the empowerment, yes, that you receive.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, so I think that we are all empowered by people coming up to you, you engage with them, and everyone is probably pointing out, you have a great story to share. But what we do, we downsize that. Yes. So if we are open to accept that, we probably will live that.
Yes. Thank you for reminding us that, because that's also another thing that we discussed, that we're terrible at taking compliments. There was like an agreement, more or less. Yeah, I would say do it, and do it within the boundaries that you set for yourself for your health, because sometimes also kind of persevering and trying to do something when everyone tells you that you cannot do it, it sucks, because you should be able to do anything, but your health, you know, I think should come first. Like I always say that I want to retire as the CEO of Microsoft. I think that's a pretty hellish job, so I don't think I really want to do it. But I say to myself to pump myself up and say the sky's the limit.
I think you're right there. There is something to be said for being a slow burn rather than a quick flame, and that the slow burn is often what leads to a longer impact.
Yes.
You know?
Well, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for saying yes to this conversation, to this panel. It is the first time that there is a panel like this at WordCamp Europe. There were other WordCamps in the US. I think there was one at WordCamp Lisbon last week. But basically, let's keep having this conversation. They might be a bit uncomfortable sometimes, but we really need them, right? All right, so please, round of applause for our lovely, lovely team. I know, I will not say lovely, because that's also another thing. They always tell us, oh, you're lovely. Well, I'm a... Questions?
Yeah, we have time for maybe one or two, so if you run fast, you can be them.
I told you we had 4 hours of content. You didn't
Yeah, go for it.
First of all, thank you all so much for overcoming the fear and getting on stage. These are really important conversations to be having, so you're great, thanks. There are a number of initiatives out there to get more women and non-binary folks speaking, but what else could we all be doing to make the WordPress community as a whole a more safer, welcoming and inclusive space?
Anne, do you want to take this?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this.
Yeah.
I think there's something to be said for having resource groups similar to companies. So having things, there's a group called Black Press, for example, that I think is awesome, and I think we could have more of these kinds of groups where necessary conversation can happen amongst the group, but then also that can be brought out and advocated for on a larger scale.
And similar to like make teams, you could have some level of, authority is not the right word, but there would be a way to be listened to or a pathway that is recognized in the project.
Yes.
That I think could be really interesting. And of course, then you can run into, which we were talking about earlier, there needs to be some intersectionality. You don't want a black queer person having to pick between which group they're going to join for the day. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done, but in my mind, that's a place to start and to potentially experiment with.
I know that there is some talk about creating, well, there was yesterday a table, diversity, equity, inclusion. Yesterday or today there was a blog post in one of the make blogs, so I think things are moving.
You can go first if you want. Okay, I'm going to read this because I'm nervous. But I don't actually have a question. I just want to say thank you for putting yourself out there and being vulnerable. I also think we should probably acknowledge the men that are here today. I think there's a lot of men that we work with in the community that are incredibly supportive of non-binary and, you know, sorry, I'm nervous, I'm not saying my words properly, but the underrepresented groups, there's a lot of men in our community that support those groups, and I just want to say thank you for being here and for listening. And whether you are battling to breathe or forgetting your words or not feeling like you should be up there, I hope I speak for everyone to say that we as your audience are here to learn, we're here to listen, and we are not here to judge. So please keep being up there so we can be here and learn from you.
Thank you.
So yes, thank you very much. It was great listening to you. And yeah, I had today also my first talk.
Woo!
No, it was...
You did awesome.
My first big talk. I had a lightning talk before in Portugal, and when I had my lightning talk, they told me, Viola, we are so sorry, no one can ask you questions. And my first thought was, oh my God, yay, I don't need to answer questions. I was so happy. So what I would suggest is also to say, let's choose the person who is going to speak, because when I talk to some friends of mine, and I think they would be great speakers, but they say, yeah, Viola, I could prepare, but if there are coming bad questions, and yesterday some friends of mine, they helped me to prepare some upcoming questions, but if you're on the stage, whew, I was so nervous afterwards. So I think we should let people choose if they want to have the questions on stage or afterwards, because I think then we can decide on our own, and yeah, on the stage you're feeling sometimes not secure.
I like that. Thank you.
Can I add something to that? Can I add? Is the mic on? Yeah. I totally agree, because I'm not a native English speaker, and sometimes I get a question in soft Irish, and then I totally don't understand what the question is, and that will get very, very embarrassing. So and then I say, come afterwards to me, and then I will answer it. But having to choose, I think that's an excellent idea. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, thanks. Emma is about to kick us off. Emma is about to kick us off stage, I think.
Okay, just one more thing. First of all, you guys are fabulous. Second of all, there is one other thing that we can do as a community to ensure that this stage looks more like us, and that is when you know someone who's fabulous, but they're not up there, tell them, encourage them, say, get up there.
And let's just keep that applause going for a lovely panel. I think we wanted to do a conga line out. Just kidding. All right, thank you guys. Yeah. tomorrow. We have one more about women in tech right after this one, if you're interested in that. But yeah, just don't forget to come back tomorrow. Talks start at 9. If people want to join yoga, that is at 8:20 is when they start letting people in. It's first come, first serve. It's just in the wellness track. Ooh. And then also we'll do a hike today after everything is finished. So if you're interested in that, also meet at the wellness track. It's at 6 p.m. and everybody will leave at 6:20. And that's about it. Yeah. So next one starts in about 10 minutes. Thanks, guys. to track 2. So our final presentation for the evening, we have Amy Kamala. Can I get a round of applause for her? She will close off this evening with an awesome talk about women in tech. And so I will save the announcements for afterwards, and I will give the floor to you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Hello, it's so lovely to see your faces. Hi. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you to the organizers of WordCamp Europe for having me and for hosting this amazing event. I'm so happy to be here. I'd like to also thank all of my mentors and supporters, all of my friends and family, my current and previous employers for supporting me and my career. I'm Amy Kamala. You may have seen my name kicking around the WordPress space a little bit. I've been involved for about 5 years. I'm one of the contributors to the open source project, and I've also been involved in WordCamps and meetups over the years. I'm also a hosting rep for the make.wordpress.org organization. I'm from Los Angeles, California, where I was born and raised. I'm a full stack developer, and I've had my hands in technology, design, all sorts of parts of the industry, and I also have a master's degree in fine arts from UCLA. I've worked for 3 different web hosts, a couple different agencies, and I currently work as a developer for LA County, the organization. I've been in leadership positions. I've worked with leadership teams. I've helped establish and implement design standards, build out infrastructure, launch products, implement policies and practices, develop new products. I've worked in project management and business development. Most importantly, I'm a single mom, and I'm a domestic violence survivor. And I've managed to build a career while also raising 2 children by myself. The recommendations that I'm bringing to you today are data-based, so they're not speculation, and they're also born of my firsthand experience as a woman working in the tech industry. Some of you may wonder why it matters that I'm a single mom and a domestic violence survivor. Why is it relevant? Why is it important to business? Why is motherhood relevant, and why is domestic violence relevant? So much that I'm giving personal details to a bunch of strangers. I'd like to answer that with some statistics. All of the stats that I'm providing today are from official sources like the World Bank, the United States Census Bureau, and accredited publications. So according to the World Bank, there are over 3 billion women in the world, which makes up about 50% of the human population. So half of humans are women. According to the World Bank, 53% of women ages 15 to 64 participated in the workforce in 2021, which means that there are more than 1.5 billion women workers in the world. So when we talk about women, we're talking about half the workforce, 1.5 billion workers, including the employees in your own organization. So that means that more than 1.5 billion workers face challenges that inherently come with being a woman. Those challenges include the physical ramifications of childbirth, caretaking families, domestic violence, like I mentioned, sexual assault, long-term child rearing that women are statistically speaking primarily responsible for, lower pay, less opportunities, fewer promotions, microaggressions, and just good old-fashioned discrimination. So when you say that you support women in tech, I want to encourage you as members of your org and your community to really examine if you support women by hiring women, which is a really great start, or if you go the extra mile to support your portion of those 1.5 billion women workers in ways that are really needed specifically for women, Implementing these policies here helps with employee retention and reduces the cost of employee loss and employee acquisition. These policies make workers feel supported and motivates them to invest more in the company, as well as stick around for longer. So back to me. I'd like to tell you a little bit of my own story as a real-world example of how simple internal policies can benefit a business in real terms. And by real terms, I mean increased revenue. I started my career in 2015, making $30,000 a year as a tech support agent. I was, and I am still, the sole caretaker of my children, so that means that my priorities are a little bit different than that of most men. Not only am I responsible for my job and supporting my family, but I'm also responsible for the day-to-day care of my family. So that makes my job that much more important. And that translates into having a necessity and a drive to do well at work. In my first year as a tech support agent, my then 2-year-old started to cry every time I left for work. Nothing that I tried stopped this. She was crying for hours while I was gone. It was very stressful. So I started asking my bosses for help. And my bosses at the time were men, mostly. And they wanted to help, but they came up short. By the time this happened, I had already been in the position for a while, and I had gone above and beyond, in their words. So they didn't actually want me to have problems, and I was planning to quit because my daughter, obviously, is a priority. And so they didn't want me to quit. So the one female boss that I had decided to give me her support, and she approved a remote contract for me. So that meant that I could still do my job, and I didn't have to leave my daughter crying while I did it. Fast forward 3 years, I was still working at the same company. I was working remotely, and they had also issued me a few more women-supportive policies, like training, like remote work, and also scheduling flexibility. So scheduling flexibility means they would give me a longer lunch. They would let me make up the hours later so I could go pick up my children, drop off my children, take time off to take them to the doctor, and so forth. So these policies really helped me to do a good job in the workplace. At that point, I had been promoted multiple times, and by 2018, I had helped form a new WordPress support team, and I was helping develop a new product for the company. I was in an unofficial leadership position, and I was working with the VP of Product and the CEO to build out that new product. In the first year, the product generated a decent amount of revenue before it was even released to the public and before it was fully developed. The company has since released that product, and they're benefiting financially long-term from my hard work. So because of those 3 supportive policies, which were fairly easy for the company to give me, the ability to work remotely, training, and flexible scheduling, one single woman worker changed the face of that company, expanded their offerings, and earned them extra revenue. That's just one woman worker. Imagine what 1.5 billion women workers could do. Now, amazing women workers can't change the face of your company and earn extra revenue if you don't hire women in the first place, if you don't promote them, if you don't train them, and you don't retain them. According to the United States Census Bureau, an average of 31% of employees at major tech companies like Google, Amazon, Facebook are women. So that's less than a third. And that's actually better than the rest of the tech industry. According to the World Bank, only 28% of STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematical positions, are held by women worldwide. So that's for the whole Earth. It's even worse in the United States. Outside of those larger companies, only about 23% of STEM positions are held by women. In Europe, only 19% of IT jobs are held by women, and only 25% of company leadership worldwide, and this is in all industries, are held by women. And that stat is even worse for women of color, women who are racial minorities. Only about 5% of leadership positions are held by women who are racial minorities. So while the first computer programmers were women, there's no doubt that now STEM fields are dominated by white men. So if your company does have policies that support women, I'd like to commend you, and I hope that you reap the benefits of those policies. According to womentech.org, 38% of companies want to invest in the hiring and retention of women workers. So this talk is geared towards them, those companies that actively want to invest in women in tech. So what can companies do to adjust internal policies? It starts with interviews and diversity hiring practices. Train your recruiters to pull women applicants out of the stack for interviews. Data shows that there are fewer women applicants in tech fields, which translates to fewer interviews and ultimately fewer hirings. So if a woman applicant is in the pile, have a policy to interview her. Secondly, choose to hire those women applicants. If a woman is qualified, have a policy to hire her. If a woman is underqualified, have a policy to hire her and train her. Let her learn on the job. Employees are an investment, and you can have a business model of hiring entry level and giving people bumps and promotions internally, which ultimately saves hiring costs. You can also save on onboarding bonuses, employee retention, because giving promotions and training makes people feel more secure and more invested in. So hire qualified women and also hire underqualified women and let them learn on the job. Additionally, training employees up and promoting internally not only saves the company recruitment and onboarding costs, but it does support employee retention. It creates a company culture where people feel valued and invested in and taken care of, which makes them more likely to work hard and stick around for longer. It also gives the company positive PR and marketing talking points, and a lot of companies already market that they support women in tech. Those are some real-world ways that you can actually do that. It's important to promote women and minorities into leadership roles. It brings alternate perspectives to the table that gives you insights into the market, which is an advantage. And it continues to save the company money on hiring costs, such as onboarding bonuses. These policies can be used in marketing strategies and generates positive public discourse. And it also can assist companies in legal proceedings if they ever come under scrutiny. Now back to my story. In 2019, I ended up leaving that company out of frustration because I was doing all of this valuable work and I was living under the poverty line for my area. According to the Pew Research Center in the United States, women's pay hasn't increased in 2 decades. According to whitehouse.gov, women in the United States are paid 84 cents to every dollar that a man earns. So I would be making $82,000 per year while my male counterpart in the exact same role makes $100,000. In the world space, that's even worse, with women making 77 cents to every dollar that a man makes. So there's definitely a pay gap. That pay gap is even more in the tech industry, and it's even more when you get into technology-specific fields. In my real-life case, I was making $48,000, while my white male developer colleagues were making $120 or more, up to $160. So that's why I ended up being kind of frustrated, and I left that position. It's a recipe for women and minority workers to resent their employers. It racks up liabilities and additional costs for the company in lack of productivity, in complaints, and also workers could get mad and quit and sue. So the policies I just mentioned of hiring, training, and promoting women and minorities alongside equal pay can save the company money in the long run. And it also saves in legal scrutiny, productivity, and employee retention. Now, once a woman is your employee, there's a whole other slew of issues that she has to face, including childbirth and motherhood, including assault and domestic violence. So I'm hoping to give employers a path forward in investing in their female employees in the way that they really need, specifically for women. According to the National Partnership for Women and Families, more than 65 million women in the United States provide unpaid care for their families. And the majority do that while also holding down a job. So out of those caretakers, 25 million women are caretakers of their own children. So mothers, 25 million mothers in the workforce in the United States. And this means that women are doing double time, taking care of their families and working. Employers can invest in their female employees by supporting their caretaker roles outside of the workplace, which ultimately enables them to do a better job within the workplace. And it creates a sense of dedication towards the employer. If an employer takes care of the real-life needs of the employee, that employee will grow a sense of loyalty and commitment to the employer, which aids longevity and dedication and ultimately reduces the cost of employment long-term. If an employer makes life more difficult by being rigid and not accommodating the needs of their employees, the employee is going to end up resenting their employer, be less dedicated, more stressed, and ultimately seek out a different job, costing the company in lack of productivity, hiring expenses, and training to replace them. Ways that an employer can invest in their employees and build that sense of dedication are through leave programs, assistance programs, flexible scheduling, and remote contracts or hybrid contracts to make it easier for people to live their lives and handle their responsibilities. If an employer enables parents to step away from the workplace as needed to take care of their children, pickups, drop-offs, go to the doctor, and so forth, tending to their family's needs, work alternate schedules, make up time later, that encourages those employees in return to invest in the company and stay for longer, to be more dedicated, more committed, more engaged in projects, and it overall creates a culture of stability and support. Having your needs met also reduces stress and increases health, which makes people more capable, more productive, and better workers. So motherhood is a bit of an elephant in the room when it comes to hiring women, and the reason is because of maternity leave. Employers see that as a burden on their costs and their staffing. But women biologically are responsible for carrying and birthing children, which is kind of important. I'm sure most people would agree, because that assures the continuation of the human species. Investing in family health assures retention and reduces recruitment and hiring costs and the cost of training. And this is especially true for women in technical roles who've already spent months to years ramping up in a developer position and learning the specific tech stack. A developer that knows off the top of their head what block of code does what, where, why, and how can save an organization days to weeks of downtime, countless hours of troubleshooting, tons of stress, and help reduce liability. So if you have some of these women on your staff, they're a valuable asset, and I'd like to encourage you to support them. According to the US Census Bureau, 18 to 48% of women leave the workforce within the first year of childbirth. I can attest to how incredibly exhausting and challenging it is to raise children and maintain a job, let alone a career. But the good news is that companies can alleviate that and retain their valued employees. And one of the main reasons for this phenomenon is because of lack of maternity leave. Admittedly, the EU is way better about maternity leave and family leave in general than the United States. So this data focuses on the United States. In the US, workers are not entitled to paid family leave, like at all, across the board. They're entitled to 12 weeks of unpaid leave. And you can imagine 12 weeks of unpaid leave can leave a family in quite a difficult financial position. So because of this lack of paid family leave, women are often forced to choose between being a mother and working. Ultimately, which is more satisfying, busting your butt 9 to 5 to earn money for CEOs, or taking care of your own children? Childcare costs about as much as women typically earn, so that's not hiring a full-time nanny isn't in the realistic realm of possibility for most women. This tends to affect single moms more than anyone. If you have a single mom on your staff, offer her a remote or hybrid contract and flexible scheduling so she can take care of her kids without going crazy multitasking and running herself into the ground. Offer her childcare and medical benefits if you don't already. She'll start to love her job, love her employer, be grateful, and turn around and invest in her work and contributions. Not offering these puts her in a position of stress and difficulty, and ultimately she'll end up sick and hating life and leaving. Or if she doesn't leave, she won't be able to apply herself as well. Ideally, families would have up to 2 years of paid family leave. The United States and many countries just aren't there yet. 12 weeks paid leave is the absolute bare minimum. With paid leave not required in the US, the bar isn't just low, it's underground. With unpaid leave being forced back into the office, workers have undue stress placed on them, both physically and financially, which causes them to seek out other options. No or poor employee benefits guarantees that an employee will burn out, regardless of their gender and circumstance. In contrast, providing benefits assures employee retention, long-term dedication, and hard work, and a healthy, happy employee will bring more value to your org. Okay, so now we're in the more difficult zone, talking about assault and domestic violence. Nobody really likes to talk about these things, but it is a reality for women and others. According to the US CDC, 1/3 of women, and that means 1/3 of women workers, face domestic violence at some point in their life. So that means that 1/3 of women workers either have, are currently, or will face domestic violence. That means that about 500 million workers have, do, or will face domestic violence. An employer can help alleviate this by offering many of the same benefits that I've already mentioned. Flexible scheduling, paid leave, legal and mental health benefits would also help greatly in these situations. Implement policies that will enable somebody to get out of a situation quickly and minimize damage to the company. Offer accommodation, programs that provide legal assistance, programs that provide mental health assistance, flexibility, support, and compassion. Train managers to understand abusive cycles, as well as laws around domestic violence, and how to offer support to employees that are going through this. As I mentioned earlier, I was a domestic violence victim myself, and my employer directly enabled me to get out of the situation. They gave me accommodations, letting me take time off to file police reports and for a restraining order. They helped me land an apartment with employment verification. And my boss still gave me good performance reviews because that situation was not my fault. And I was still doing a good job. If I had lost my job during that time, I would have been even more disenfranchised and in even more danger, and I would not be here today. But because I was supported in the workplace, I was able to get out of the situation and contribute to the company long term. Policies and training can literally save lives. Years later, I was a manager myself, and one of my team members was being abused by her spouse. My higher-ups told me that her job was at risk. They were going to fire her because he was interrupting meetings and causing a disruption in the workplace. So I had experienced this from my own past, so obviously I felt quite a bit of compassion and I wanted to support her. And my first line of action was to give her accommodations for minimizing disruptions in the workplace, since that was the main issue by the employer. So for example, during remote work, I told her, keep your microphone and your camera on mute. A lot of organizations insist on being on camera and being unmuted. In this situation, it's better to be muted. I told her that time off is pre-approved and that she could make up for lost hours later, outside of her work schedule, provided that her deliverables made it on time and that she communicated. Most importantly, I told her that she has support and that she can depend on me to have her back, so she's not alone in this terrifying situation. I told her repeatedly that she needs to leave him, which she did need to do, and eventually she did leave him. Her happiness and her productivity increased. Not only that, but the employer retained a good developer who was familiar with their tech stack. So make your company a culture of support, of flexibility, of understanding, and of care. Be lenient for human situations. Be kind about mistakes. Discourage competitive attitudes and harsh judgments. Most importantly, make sure that your managers are trained in how to handle these type of situations where domestic violence is a factor. This applies to sexual harassment as well. According to Zippia, sexual harassment costs businesses an upward of $3 billion in lost productivity, legal expenses, and other costs. More than half of women have experienced sexual harassment in the workplace, up to 81% in some industries. I can't claim to have the answer to stop that in its tracks, but company culture can go a really long way in prevention. To start, a company can assure that there are consequences for offenders. Only 30% of women believe that their employers handle harassment complaints properly, while 50% have actually experienced damage to their own careers when they make a harassment complaint. Companies can implement strict consequences for offenses like firing for serious offenders, softer consequences for more mild offenses like reflecting the behavior in performance reviews, withholding raises, withholding promotions, training courses for the offender, performance improvement plans, reassignment for the perpetrator, and other consequences. One of my old coworkers at a tech job had intimate photos of her passed around by a group of male coworkers. The victim was given a remote contract so she didn't have to face the men who had harassed her, but that was a bit of a punishment because that meant she couldn't go into the workplace, work in the office, or feel safe or comfortable in her workplace. No consequences meant these guys thought it was okay and they kept harassing women. I was harassed in that workplace. I told my bosses and nothing happened. Implementing real consequences for abusive behavior is the first step to preventing it from happening. Either one of us could have sued that company and caused a real loss of funds, and I actually found out later that another woman did sue. If you let people get away with crimes in your company, it puts you in legal jeopardy. It creates a culture of abuse and reduces productivity. It's imperative that companies insist on consequences for poor behavior. 98% of companies already have a formal harassment policy, but that does nothing if they don't enforce it. Company culture starts from the top and trickles down. Leaders can minimize harassment by insisting on strict standards and strict consequences. Don't make excuses for your guys. Insist on consequences. Speaking of workplace culture, excuse me, and on a bit of a lighter note, another issue is microaggression. I'm sure you all have heard of mansplaining, right? Another story here. When I was in tech support as a live chat agent, there was an outright refusal on the part of the customers to listen to technical advice from women techs. So every single woman in the chat eventually changed their chat name from their actual name to their initials so that the customers didn't know that they were women. Customers listened to the same agents when they thought they just assumed that it was a man, but not when they thought that it was a woman. A Women Tech Network survey found that microaggressions are incredibly common in the workplace, with 64% of women surveyed having experienced being spoken over during meetings. 19% have felt pigeonholed by stereotypes, and 11% have been asked to supply the food in meetings. Again, this starts and ends with company culture. Companies can train managers to directly ask women questions and shut down interruptions. Don't allow interruptions. Make a dedicated space for women to be able to speak and be heard. Companies can also hire a diverse set of employees to minimize othering and intentionally highlight differences as an advantage. Companies can create an atmosphere of support and condemn competitive language and behaviors. A lot of why this continues is because males are primarily in leadership positions and they just kind of don't notice it. And because it's not a legal liability, HR companies don't really do anything about it. HR departments don't really do anything about it. The thing is, it still creates a culture of combativeness, of discouragement, and it prevents women employees from feeling safe, comfortable, and excelling in their roles. All employees are an investment, and it's vital that we treat them that way, with a safe workplace culture, equal opportunity, equal pay, and an equal voice. I'm fully confident that if your organization implements some or all of these policies, productivity and revenue will increase. I've given you some real-life examples of this, and it's no secret that having a supportive and caring workplace culture fosters success. Thank you so much for listening today, and thank you to WordCamp Europe for hosting.
That's amazing. Awesome. Thank you so much. And now we actually have some time for Q&A. So we have 2 mics set up in both aisles. If you have a question, please walk up to the microphone. And yeah, we have about 10 minutes. So I will let you know if we run out of time, but please just line up, and then we have one ready.
Hello.
Hello.
First of all, thank you for that talk. That's the type of talks we need at the WordCamp Europe, to be honest. I have so many questions, I don't know which single one to ask. Maybe the most important one. You've given so many advices on how managers can be trained to be aware of all those issues. Do you know of any materials, like online courses, some first steps they can take to be aware of those things? Some things you can recommend, maybe from your point of view.
Tori Amos has a nonprofit organization to support women who are abuse victims called RAINN, R-A-I-N-N. And that has a lot of resources and information about abusive cycles. Mm-hmm. And there are quite a few resources online and different organizations, although I don't know a specific training program off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you too.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for the talk. We are looking at increasing the diversity of gender in our companies.
Awesome.
And are running into a problem with at the applicant level already. So
yes.
I'm looking at the problem at possibly job ads level. What have you seen work for job ads? As in, if you want to hire females or any other non-male, I guess, option, should you design for it differently, literally, like colors, text, copywriting, to get that attention of the pool? What have you seen work?
I love your thinking. Well, initially, having recruiters actively seek out women and minority groups to interview would be a great step in hiring a diverse set of employees. There are fewer women applicants, but generally speaking, if a recruiter contacts you and offers an opportunity, most people are inclined to at least explore it and do a couple interviews. So I would have recruiters actively seek out minority groups.
What if you don't use recruiters and do your own recruiting?
If you don't use recruiters, you can have specific language. Like a lot of companies market, we support women in tech. If you put that in your hiring descriptions, in your job descriptions, and exemplify that you are actively looking for diversity hires, then that might make people feel more inclined to apply. And it also could make it easier for them to find the roles.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe talk after. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you too.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, thank you for sharing your story. I feel like it's people like you who do share that the difficult times that you've been through that help us all understand and help other people be aware of it. I think some of the stories that you mentioned as well about the domestic violence, like I think that if they didn't communicate that they were having that problem and felt safe doing it, then people couldn't help. So I think more people need to share their story like you so that other people feel confident. So thank you for doing that, first of all.
Thank you too.
And I wanted to ask about general advice on what other employees can do, because I feel like anyone who's in the room right now are probably inclined to be the type of people to help and step up. That's why they're here. And obviously the advice you've given is really helpful. But there's still an issue out there. Like, I think you gave an example of how the lady who was being bullied in the workplace actually sort of gets punished by having to work remotely,
right,
when instead actually the people passing around the photos should have got reprimanded and something happened to them. But
absolutely,
this is something that still happens. You know, you mentioned about employers not liking maternity leave. I've seen that. I've directly had conversations with male employers who are like, I'm not hiring chicks because they're going to take a day off every month because their period pain hurts or something like that. And that's
right,
the sort of attitude they get. And this is still around. And, you know, I still think that women, especially in tech, like you said, it's male dominated, and finance, all that sort of stuff, are definitely looked down on, regardless of whatever legislations are in place about diversity and everything like this.
Absolutely.
It's still not being done. So what can we do to address the greater issue that these problems still lie in the workplace and they're still not being addressed properly? Because all the examples you've given are fantastic, but they are only going to be implemented by people who actually care and give a shit. Sorry.
That's right.
You know, and that's the thing. And there are still so many employers out there who don't. How do we address that? How do we bring in consequences for that and highlight that this is not okay and something needs to be done?
I don't know if you've heard the phrase that people can vote with their money. Before investing money in a company, individuals on the floor can check out the leadership team, see if there are any women and minorities on their leadership team. And if not, then choose to invest in a company that does have women and minorities on their leadership teams. And I would think that, like, if we do that in mass, then that would show companies that buyers and users in the market care about these things, and so they would then adjust their policies.
I guess it's not just within the leadership, it's everything. As I guess, like, yeah, how do we, I guess, make it more vocal? I guess that's obviously a great idea that people would support those, but how do we, everyone in the room, I guess, do our little bit to bring a more awareness, I guess, is what I'm trying to ask, if there's anything we can do to bring more awareness to these issues.
Talking about it in your own organization, speaking to your managers, expressing your concerns if you have any. Also, it's important to praise things that companies are doing right. So if your employer is doing something right, you make sure to highlight that for them, because otherwise people get a little bit defensive. But from within an organization, communicating with managers and leadership, or even submitting concerns, like during surveys and other opportunities that employers tend to give, concerns and desires could be expressed, unmet needs could be expressed. Hopefully they give people a chance to do it anonymously so you don't become a target. And so from within the company that you work at, being vocal about it, and outside of the company, being vocal about it. People can email any company and it lands on the HR department or another department. Social media is another way. You can @ a company that you feel is either doing a great job with diversity and commend them, or ask them, I noticed that you don't have any women on your leadership team. Are you guys doing anything to address that in the public arena? And get your friends to retweet it and so forth, even on LinkedIn. So that kind of puts them on the spot and makes them address it, be forced to address it publicly.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Hello.
thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your vulnerability and sharing your story. It's obviously not easy to get on stage to begin with, but to get on stage and share what you've shared, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You mentioned a lot about maternity leave and the importance of that, and you highlighted that it is different in the US than it is here in the EU.
Yes.
I wonder your thoughts about parental leave as opposed to just maternity leave, giving then supportive fathers, because there are luckily some,
yes,
the chance to also be a part of that parenting early on.
In my opinion, the policies should be the same for both fathers and mothers, up to 2 years of paid leave. Or companies could give 3 or 4 months, 4 or 5 months of paid family leave, and then up to 2 years of remote and hybrid contracts so that those parents are available to their families during work hours. And companies are kind of scared that that would mean that they're not at their desk and they're not doing their work. But most of the time, when an employee is supported and given the opportunity to take care of their needs, they work harder. They're more likely to be focused and invested.
One other question, if it's okay, it's on a different topic. So you mentioned the need for managers to be supportive if there is domestic violence or sexual assault situation happening. How can a manager balance the desire to be supportive with the desire to honor that person's need for privacy in that moment?
Right. So if somebody has come to a manager saying that they're struggling with something, anything, in the first place, they are essentially asking for support. So of course, managers should keep this confidential. They shouldn't go telling people and so forth. And it should not be reflected in the employee's documentation, like their performance reviews. Keep it separate. I'm sure there would need to be HR documentation about it, but that has to be absolutely confidential. And so it's important to train managers to honor the privacy of their employees. Thank you.
And we have time for just one very quick one.
Yeah, quick. Maybe I hope it's quick because actually I think so. Thank you so much. I'll be honest with you. I just joined at the question moment. I'm so sorry about that, but I guess you're doing a very good job.
Thank you.
Now my question is a bit it's a bit complicated. I hope to be really fast. So starting from the part. So I'm a disabled person, okay, let's say that. I used to think about what we mean for diversity. When this is not really a question, but a question answer, I want to start with open a light, an idea to think about it. I really think that inclusion is important.
Absolutely.
My point is, are we not going to be with too much inclusion? Are you not going to be exclusion? I mean, let me explain a moment. When several times I see people says, okay, or companies that says, okay, let's hire people that are for diversity. But in that case, I honestly think that if you have been hired because you are diverse, sometimes it could be possible that actually, as a diverse person, I feel like a little bad about me,
right?
Because it's like I have been hired, not because of my knowledge, of my know-how, but for what I am, right?
Right.
And I think this is a thing that we should discuss as a community, not only WordPress community, I mean as a work community, because I think it's really a point. It's really a point because inclusion is important, but you can't include someone if you just hire someone just for, he's a woman,
right?
But maybe she doesn't know anything about the topic. In this case, cause an issue I think for the person, myself, that I'm being hired for that, and also for the company and the customers, right? What do you think about that?
So a lot of that starts with language. Companies should not hire just because somebody is a minority. you do want to hire somebody that's a good match, regardless of their personal specifics. But language goes a long way. So instead of using, for example, the term diversity hire, which I know can sometimes be used as an insult, like, oh, you're just a diversity hire, you don't know what you're talking about, which I think is kind of what you're saying.
Maybe not someone that says to you that, but maybe as a person, a diverse person, I can think about that.
Like imposter syndrome, like, oh, I was only hired because of
No,
this.
you know, it's not imposter. Maybe I'm super expert, but I says, wow, I maybe someone instead of me, at this time there could be someone else that maybe could be a better fit for the company for some reasons. And instead I was here just because I have this ticket, right?
Right. So employers can adjust their language to minimize those feelings by making it clear that we're hiring you because we think you're a good match for the company. We want you to be here. You are a valued and respected member. If you don't know something, that's inevitable. Even the most senior developers need to look up Stack Overflow and research. So it's, I've seen developers with master degrees in computer science Googling stuff numerous times. So the feeling of like, I might not have the most knowledge for this position and somebody else, employers can help reduce that by asking questions and not knowing all the answers and doing research part of the role. And that should be for any developer, regardless of who they are or what they are. That should be part of the role. Research is one of the ways that developers find the right answers. So employers can use their language instead of saying, like I said earlier, we're looking for diversity hires, changing that to something like, we like to have a wide variety of employees to bring more insights to our organization. Helps people with their feelings of being an other, of maybe being not the right person or being hired because of being a minority. So it really falls on the employer to use language that is supportive.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Can we get a last round of applause for Amy Kamala? Thank you so much. It was a little gift. Yeah, thank you. Yep. Something that we all really needed to hear. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yeah, so that finalizes our first day at WordCamp Europe 2023. So I'll just say some, yeah. I hope you guys have all enjoyed the day and the food and the snacks. Eat more. I always see them very filled with cookies, so either we're not eating enough or they're really good at their job. But yeah, so again, we will have more presentations tomorrow. All of the tracks start at 9. There are panels. WP Connect is also resuming tomorrow, so if you're interested in those, listen for those announcements. Again, if you're interested in yoga before the sessions start, it's first come, first serve, but it's on the wellness track at 8:20, and it will start at 8:30. They'll start letting people in a little bit earlier. And tonight, if you're looking for some wellness, I guess, there is a hike leaving in about 30 minutes. So at 6:20, you can go to the sponsor hall and join in on a WordCamp hike, I guess. I don't know how intense it's going to be. There's a lot of hills here, so it's up to you. And yeah, just thank you to all of you guys for joining and for being such a supportive audience. And yeah, I will see you guys all tomorrow.